All right, hello there. We're live. Welcome to Illusions Exist. So, starting late today, though that's on purpose. I had some guests and things, and still thinking over, what it means to have this regularly. But I believe it's an investment in all of our ability to mull things over and not necessarily answer the world's problems, but at least contribute. So here I am. All right, I watched Sargon versus Kristi Winters, and I found that quite interesting. I think there are several things that it's not really that dark in here, as it looks like on the camera. But so anyway, what was I talking about? Oh, I'm going to start seeing my own video here in a second. Let's check that that's all working. Looks like it is. Okay, so one thing I noticed, I don't know how to pronounce your name, but let's just say that your name is Augua. She's anti-feminist and various things. She was concerned about Kristi Winters saying that any gender-based analysis would be feminist if it was empirical, and I think people misunderstood that. What she was saying, I think, was a challenge. It's not that men's rights activists couldn't have their own gender model, and by model, we're talking about a model developed enough that it proposes hypotheses that you can then test, right? For example, if you have a gender model that, authority concepts are related to gender, then you can, give people a questionnaire, put them in a situation or whatever, and see from who they try to elect president based on nothing but a picture. You can have different amounts of attractiveness, try to mix up everything except for gender. It doesn't work perfect, but it does work, and you need a model to even try to do it, right? So a robust model. And her point was not that you couldn't have like men's rights activism. They could develop such a model, and create hypotheses, and start studying it at the Heritage Institute or something. They just haven't. They haven't. So her challenge was, hey, who else has come up with a model? Now, Agua was saying, oh, lots of groups work on gender issues. Okay, I don't think so. She said, you could easily use Google. So I used some Google. What did I find? When you type in gender issues or groups in gender issues and various things, pretty much find a bunch of gender issues departments at schools that have generalized, say, the women's studies concept into issues related to gender. Not just gender bias, but potentially legitimate differences in gender that, whatever genetic, men are not subject to ovarian cancer, for example, or whatever. So as far as I know. So you got to watch with those things, because I could use breast cancer as an example. It's like, oh no, some men do get it. It's like, poor guy. Anybody that's diagnosed like that's bad news. But as a guy, it's not one of the things you would see coming or think to even worry about. But male breast cancer was not really my primary topic. So anyway, the point is, she was just making a challenge. Nobody else has done it. And gender studies in universities is basically the gender neutralization of feminism. The gender studies programs, or some of them were called gender and women's studies and things like this. This is a way of this is what you're asking for. It's like, why don't we look for it in a, in an unbiased way, instead of focusing the word on just one group? Yeah, well, gender studies, gender issues, gender activism is an acknowledgement that there are issues that just affect one gender. Now, the real issues that affect just one gender are pretty much down to differences in the human body or psychology at the level of courtship and things like this, possibly. It's hard to say exactly where the line is drawn, but, you know, the fact that women have to worry mostly about breast cancer and men have to worry about, you know, prostate cancer or whatever, this, you know, is a necessary gender issue. Gender is going to define, and you want to make sure that if you have a disease that affects only women and diseases that only affect only men, that you want to be, you know, budgeting accordingly between the two, you know, not necessarily 50-50, but based on a proportion that's of material calculations. So, for example, you know, if 10,000 men are dying of prostate cancer over a given period of time and 20,000 women are dying of breast cancer over that time, yeah, you might put more into breast cancer, but you wouldn't want to totally ignore the thing that affects men just because it's peaking out at a smaller number. Right, so these are gender issues. And the theories in use in a gender study it's a generalization of feminist theories.
I think the gender
a
shift.
gender neutral. What the fuck?
Hello.
So,
I was listening. I'm cool. I was just gonna say, I think it should be a human.
Oh, it's good you spoke up. I wasn't looking at the camera. I was looking at.
Yeah, it's just I think it's like if we start focusing on like it's a gender thing, I think we lose sight of it's a human thing. I think. Yeah, that's my perspective on it. I think we should.
One of the feedbacks I've been getting.
Yeah, we should work towards it's a human thing. We should treat everybody.
No, but we don't have to work towards that. That's not. But that's the thing. Okay, so my orientation.
That's the goal, right? That's the utopia we all want.
No, we've already achieved that goal, though.
No, we haven't. No, we haven't.
Look, my point of reference is an activist community, what you call street activism. It's working class activism. Basically, very few.
Yeah, but that's how you got like fucking rights.
When you have professors, they're junior professors and stuff. They're not the head of the department. It's an under culture, and that culture, we already invented the concept of intersectionality from way back in experiences in the 70s, where yeah, people would be like, you know, we need to get women better, but they didn't care about civil rights, or they cared about civil rights, but they didn't care about.
No, but that's
so about working labor issues, and then
but their agendas though that's not the same as treating people equally. Their agendas, right?
No, but I'm working it up. So we invented this idea of intersexuality, which is everybody's rights optimized in a fair way. You can tell when you've gone too far in one category because you'll start to cause a deficit or a damage in some other category. You'll have
there's literally people who think that women don't get paid less than men. They do. It's a fact.
Yes.
It's literally a fact. But you get people who go, no, not true. Yet it is.
Well, that's a funny thing. I was arguing about this week, and I watched Noel Plum, and I never did argue against him, but I did all the research, which is, you know, there's a lot of tropes that they use to argue that.
Women have babies, so that's what it makes it reasonable. Shut the fuck up, you know?
Well, but the thing is, the studies, people that do statistics, even if they're in a lame humanities science that isn't a science, just to be mean about it, they still know how to use statistics. And when they gathered the statistics, if you figure out how the statistics were gathered, you can figure out yourself what it meant, even if they got it wrong. And frankly, they don't often get it wrong.
They don't get paid the whole damn dollar. It's Bernie Sanders.
So they know about things like, okay, Noel Plum was talking about women work a lot more part-time jobs. But that's the thing. People know in statistics how to calculate for things like that, or for that matter, studies that just exclude those kind of jobs. So the ones that are most revealing is you can just go to the top 10 where the difference is the least, and the top 10 where the difference is the most. The 10 that the difference is the least, women actually lead in some of those categories.
That's right.
And they're all taking care of babies or
but that's why I'm agreeing with like. But that's why I agree with like the MRA.
High-paying
I'm not an MRA, by the way.
I know.
I'm not an MRA.
Yeah, high-paying jobs doctor, lawyer, CPAs, that's where the
Different.
difference is biggest. And guess what? It's
Yeah.
bigger than what's quoted. It's around 68 or 70 cents on the dollar. And those
Yeah.
people are working full time, and those people are ambitious, and those people work 80-hour weeks, and those people went to a good school and worked like crazy and
Well,
worked
this
like
is
we
the
don't
thing,
want to
man.
work.
This is the thing. People should be paid equally for the work, right? Now we got to understand that if you're a woman, well, obviously we want babies because we want to sustain the human race. So you know, stop fucking around with that shit and pay them
Yeah,
what
but the
they
thing
can
is,
afford.
if you
Pay them
actually
what
take that into account, if you pretend that
you pay them more, actually, really, if anything.
a married woman that spends her time being a full-time mother is, actually earning some part of the income that comes into that household. But if you calculated them as unpaid people, and that's was the difference, then the difference in wage is way bigger than the 75 cents or whatever it
And
is.
especially if you're a
78 cents.
minority as well, if you're in a minority
Yeah,
group, you get paid even fucking less.
yeah,
You know,
yeah,
that's what I like about Bernie Sanders. He just says it how it is. I'm not trying to like promote Bernie
yeah.
Sanders or anything. I'm just saying, like, in the EU, in European countries, we acknowledge that shit. Like, it's not equal here
Yeah,
by any
it's
stretch of the
even better than
imagination.
that with Bernie. And Bernie doesn't just say it the way it is, and I knew that's the way it is, and I've been waiting for someone to say it. He's actually smart. If you read his speeches and stuff, you'll read ideas that you're like, really? And you'll look it up and you'll go, fuck, I can't believe
Yeah,
that happened.
it just makes sense. Like, literally.
Yeah.
Why should we pay women a different amount of wage
Well,
than
I'm
men?
really happy about Bernie
That's
because no
fucking.
matter how far he gets, he's helped, and it
He's
means,
helping right now.
and
He's
the thing
helping
is,
inform the American people how fucked up your
it,
country is.
it's
Slash America.
telling us what the future lies for the U.S., and this is where I get to be.
European. You're literally going to become a European country,
While you guys are
even in
having the
America.
rise up in neo-Nazis that want to shoot children and stuff.
No, actually, the
You
thing
guys
about
are having a chaos situation come
no,
down.
the thing with
I don't know
Europe,
how you're going
the
to.
thing with Europe is at the moment, in this case, is for Europeans as well as a Brit, I would say that we don't like being told the laws of the land, so to speak, by a bureaucratic, nonsensical bullshit thing called Europe, right? And I'm going to have to vote on that. I'm going to vote no. That's just my personal preference. I'm going to vote to
Wait,
leave.
wait. You're going
Uh,
to vote. The vote is whether to stay, and you're
yeah,
going to vote no.
I'm going to vote to leave. I just think that I don't look. I'm a European, okay. I will say that to anybody. I'm a European, but the structures in place that facilitate our countries, Spain, France, Germany, all these other countries that are beautiful countries, right? We haven't got a say in the matter because of the structure of the organization. If they change that, I'd fucking say, yeah, fucking vote me in.
Well,
That's
my
yeah.
impression is there's an issue of the EU government. I was real excited when it formed because, again, I kind of predicted it, like this is what they should do, and
Well, the world misunited.
but well, there was an inevitability. I didn't think up the idea. It was kind of obvious anyway, with lots of international organizations, that it could spread out into Europe, which just means, traditional enemies like getting over it. But one, they didn't really get over it. You got all the problems still emotionally, kind of. But the big thing to me, as far as voting yes or no, is it's become this weird secret government that is not answerable to the people, as far as I can tell.
It's not a secret. It's
And
actually
it's
we know it.
also
It's not even a secret, dude. We know
it's
it.
also
It's not a secret.
no, but I mean they actually have meetings in secret, and there's not a lot of public
No, but
discourse,
we,
a
no,
lot of
but we
major
know.
stuff.
No, but this is the thing. The countries of the European Union, we want to get together. We want to share economic benefits. We want to do all the good stuff. We want to share democracy, right? We want to do that. But whoever's, I don't know whoever does this, right? I don't know. I'm going to put on my tinfoil hat. The elites at this point, right? These fucktards don't let the countries decide the future of a collective organization. These fuckers want to tell us what to do.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't work. It doesn't work, man. If you want a democracy, you got to let people, speak their mind and shit.
Yeah, you could have a central government in Europe telling all the countries what to do if it was truly democratic.
Exactly. No, but the British wouldn't even complain about that.
But that
You
EU,
wouldn't.
like that EU Congress or whatever it is that
It's
Farage is in
the
or stuff,
commission. The commission. It's called the
joke.
EU Commission.
It's a joke, and that's not where their real decisions are made. It
No,
doesn't seem like.
no,
So,
it's ridiculous, man.
so there's this apparent, and then the other thing is, so I'm liberal, but it has this sort of liberal fascist, liberal like occult
Well,
worshippers is a really weird feeling.
most of the people who
It
most of the
feels a
people
little bit like
who set it up,
the Olympic Committee,
no,
or,
most of
or,
the
or
people
worse, like the soccer one. You know, it feels so corrupt.
most of the people who set it up were actually Marxists and fascists, and that's a fact.
Yeah, but these totalitarian-minded ones, not like any sort of
They
like
just don't. They just
top-down authoritarian liberals, which isn't really liberal. It's a dogmatic
well,
thing,
what they
but they
want to do.
sound more liberal because they believe in public
It's an
public.
Anglo-Saxon version of the United States of America. That's exactly what it is. Which is a
No, I
shame.
disagree with you
Well,
there. I think as
democracy
bad
politically
as
gets
our
out
government
of
has
it.
become, it's not run like the EU. It's
No,
way more open.
no, the EU has got 500 million people, right? We're the biggest trading bloc on the planet, right? Now, do I want to leave that trading bloc? No. Do I think the EU, in principle, is a great idea? Fucking yes, right? But the way it's structured is for bureaucrats and people like Bernie Sanders is talking about, where they just want to get rich. There's a difference there, man. You know, the principle of the EU, good idea, right? All live in harmony. You know, hold hands, sing kumbaya, whatever the fuck it is. But if you're gonna be a bureaucrat and then tell people how to think, how to eat, how to do this, no, that's not going to go down well, especially with the Brits, because you know we've got a long history telling people to go fuck themselves, including the Pope, Henry VIII, for instance. So we're probably going to vote to leave, which is a shame because we shouldn't. But I think it's come to a point where these bureaucrats need to get a punch in the face,
We have a
and
long
hopefully it's
history
going
of
to be
telling
Britain.
people to go screw themselves when they say we can't kill our wives. Screw
Or
you,
some shit.
mister.
Yeah.
You can't be my boss.
Well,
I will kill her.
The EU is not that bad, but it's just in terms of
I think it is bad. I think
democracy.
no, I think it's bad. It has
shitty.
all the signs of an authoritarian government where they
It
just
is.
don't run things by the people.
They don't. They don't even care. You can't like we elect MPs or MSMPCs or whatever the fuck they're called. Basically, we elect MPs to go to Brussels. The people who go to Brussels vote, which is called the European Commission, or Parliament, I should say. And the Parliament gets overruled by the Commission, who are unelected. Who the fuck are these guys? Who are they? You know, so what's the
It's
point?
kind of like in the U.S. how we do these TPP and trade deals that we've been doing the last 20 years. Those are all negotiated in secret. They come out through leaks, and it's kind of it's
Especially
like
the
that.
TPP.
America has plenty of that's happened in its history, but it's never been like an official okay thing. Quite the opposite. I mean, we have sunshine laws where like city council people aren't allowed to they aren't allowed to go to dinner with just 4 of them. You have to have a quorum to even talk with these people at all, even in your private life. Now, we don't live by that. There's a bunch of corruption, but that's the principle. And the EU's kind of growing up in the other direction where, you know, don't bother your pretty little heads about it. We got to take care of this stuff you don't understand. So no wonder, I don't know how I'd be voting, but I totally sympathize with
Well,
leaving.
if you watch the last election, it's vote no, and it's not because we're not European. Like I said, we consider ourselves as you know, Brits, European. We do. I mean, they're right there. It's not like they're far away. You know, it's it's a big place, and we played a role in history. So yeah, we're not that impressed by what these guys are up to. So yeah, you're gonna see the UK leave basically the European Union on.
So is that your prediction? Is there polls? How's the polling?
Well, the polling has people like me in front. We're gonna leave. It's not like I said. It's not because we're anti-European. We're anti-democracy. These fuckers just don't want to play the game that we want to play, and you know, what are we supposed to do about it? The only recourse we've got is vote, and I will use my vote, and I'm voting to go fuck off. change it, and then give us another referendum.
But then what happens? Are you going to have, you probably won't have embargoes, but you'll have tariffs or something that'll make it costly for you guys to deal with
Well, I doubt it, considering we're the fifth biggest economy on the planet. So I don't see
Well,
that.
because the remaining EU government isn't going to dissolve, and it's normal that they would punitively decide, well, let's get some revenues back by charging these guys extra
Well,
to trade with us.
well, they buy more shit from us than we buy from them.
You know,
So
all the money you've been sending to Brussels, they're like, well, we should charge them at least that much to trade with us. You guys have options, though. You also trade with the rest of the world, so they can't push it very far. I mean,
well,
Greece
they
is gonna
can't.
be
I
like,
mean,
no, we don't want your tourists.
well, the funny thing
Not gonna
is,
happen.
we can trade with 54 other nations. It's called the Commonwealth, which is formerly known as the British Empire, which we've
Yeah,
got
and all the
free
nations
trade
that are on,
agreements with.
and
So,
all the nations that are on the way to those nations. So yeah, you have
yeah,
an option that another, like
it's not
say,
that scary.
Spain wouldn't have or something.
Well, it's not that
But
scary, you know.
But I wouldn't be surprised if whatever convenience and cost convenience and existing contracts, right, existing contracts that the EU would penalize you guys
We
by
can try.
tacking tariffs onto the current contracts,
Well,
figuring, look, these people are
well, I
making
mean, we could
100
try.
million euro now, we're going to charge them an extra 10 million euro, and people will pay taxes if
Well,
they do
actually,
the math. And
no, actually, we won't. And this is the thing. This is
no,
the
but
funny
Sizer,
point.
you're not thinking about it. Think about a company that right now sells, $1 million
Yeah.
something to Spain.
Let's
They
think about.
will pay an extra 100,000 in tax if they're still making hundreds of thousands left. So now they
Well,
might
that
look
that
for
would be
new
bad for the
markets,
EU,
though.
though. That's the
In the
thing. That's
10
going to be bad
years,
for them.
in 10 years, it would shift, and so it's kind of a stupid idea. But I'm just saying this is the way. If you have a trading block, the only reality to that is you can't free trade with people outside the block without any differences. So they're going to have to
Well, that
isolate
comes to
you
the whole,
guys.
are we special? Well, yeah, we are special. We're the fifth biggest economy on the planet. Yes, we are special. And if you don't like it, fuck off. It's
Well, how
it's
much of
literally
that
that
is with
simple.
European? How much of that is with how much of your economy is with European nations? Oh,
Shit.
hey, I'll let you guys in.
Sorry, apparently only 40%. The rest of our trade deals with the rest of the planet. So,
Oops.
and then most of that inward investment comes from places like Germany and shit, who we're gonna take over their economy in about 2 years. I mean, we do phenomenally well because we got a service sector. I think we trade about 2 trillion a day in the service sector through London. So it's not a big deal, really. These guys know the reason why we're going to vote to leave is because we don't like the democracy. It's got nothing to do with money. They're always going to suck our dicks. I mean, the biggest car manufacturer in Germany sells more cars to English people than they do to anybody else. Do you think they want a trade war with England? Don't be silly. Come on.
Well, there is going to be a minor one. They will raise some rate and this kind of thing.
No, they
Cut
won't.
trade off. Yeah.
No, they won't.
Hey, well, hey, Napalm and Kalins, welcome. I just put you on the.
Yeah,
podcast.
no, they won't. That's a stupid.
Yeah, sorry I haven't been around, hero.
Stop at it.
Garbage.
Sorry about that. I need to drag this retard Sizor into a room that I made, so that's that. But hello.
Is that on Skype?
Yes, it is.
The last room you dragged me into, you kicked me out.
I didn't that's only because I kept getting shit from some of the people. Those people are gone.
Because I trolled the death out of them.
So they're all gone now. So there you go. Now it's just.
Yeah, look, it's not my fault they can't be trolled. Okay, not my fault.
Yeah, to be fair, most of those people already fucked off Sizor, so like they ain't in the equation anymore.
Exactly. It's not like you don't know I'm gonna troll them, dude. Seriously.
Now
I didn't cry about it, though, did I? I didn't cry about it.
Now we're in this together.
Hero, are you thinking of moving back to Hawaii? Like when President Trump comes into office, because I would move back to Hawaii because that's probably going to become its own nation. Trump can't fuck Hawaii that much.
You know what? I welcome our glorious overlord Trump.
My escape plan is that I got my passport and I'm 3 hours from Canada.
The best thing about
come on, guys, no way is America going to vote for Trump. Come on, really?
No, no one.
What if Hillary gets indicted?
Oh no! Don't say that.
No one's gonna vote for him in the.
That's the hilarious thing. Even though the fucking Republican Party is like fucking hemming and hawing about fucking having to vote for fucking Trump in November, they're still going forward with prosecuting Hillary. They're like, fuck it, we don't give a shit.
Yeah, why don't like Americans just go, let's vote for Bernie Sanders? He's the only sane fucking person in the race. Like, why not? Like, he's literally the only guy.
No, there's a lot of the Bernie or bust is to write him in, but that's...
I'm Bernie or bust, and I'm not even American.
That way.
The thing, too, I have no idea what Trump's policy positions are. I don't think anyone really knows.
They're all over the map. There's some interesting stuff, actually.
A lot with Bernie
I can tell you there's some interesting stuff. One, he says he's going to close all the bases around the world and bring the money back home, let the South Koreans take care of themselves.
Yeah.
Of course, everybody knows he's going to build the wall and make Mexico pay for it.
I want a double wall. I want a double wall.
I want two.
I like how the president of Mexico was like, try and make us pay for the fucking wall.
Yeah, I know. He was like, you aren't paying for that wall. Yeah.
Like, what are you gonna do? Like, take us to the International Court of Human Rights?
I want to know how the fuck Trump even got this far. That's
the easiest way to piss off Matt is to just quote the Sarah what is it? The Michelle Bachmann quote. There are no Mexican people in China. China has a wall.
That's awesome.
They didn't even build the fucking Great Wall to keep out people. They built it to keep out fucking spirits and shit. That's why it goes through completely stupid fucking places like deserts.
Well, there are no Mexicans in China, Matt. There you go.
You know why there's no Mexicans in China? Because China's importing Africans to China to do all their fucking work. That's why.
Chinese people, what are you talking about? From Guangdong province or some shit.
Oh no, like China's figured it out. Like they can import people from Africa and pay them for half as much as they pay Chinese people for.
And they're developing Africa. There's a bunch of Chinese moving over there, starting mega farms.
They're making shitloads of money in Africa. You know, Africa is the most when it comes to economic assets. Africa's the biggest asset on the planet.
I don't understand why we haven't been doing this for decades. They've got all these resources.
What? Because you had all the slaves before. You forgot about it.
Yeah, but you could just develop.
I think we've tried, Piero, but like we've backed a lot of wrong fucking horses in Africa.
That's why. That's why we've never actually backed developing African economy. Instead,
like Nigeria.
We try to get some dictator in our pocket. But no, I'm not talking about that. I mean, go build some actual malls and people.
Like the only country we even kind of did that shit with was Kenya. And even then, it was like not even like on a huge scale like China's doing. Like we built them.
Africa is so fucking rich, and that's the.
I think we built Kenya a couple of universities and like some other things.
Well,
but
China built like a fucking highway system in some fucking country.
Yeah, China's and like they're like, you don't have to pay us.
Oil, and they were like, yep, and they were like, what are you gonna do first? They were like, we'll be a highway.
China's like, you don't have to pay us for the roads and power companies and all that shit we're building.
We've got so much money.
Just let us have first dibs on any contract.
Yeah, that's exactly what they did, dude. China is the biggest investor in Africa at the moment. America just went asleep at the wheel. They're like, huh? Africa? Where's that place?
I think it's kind of a racist thing, because other than that, why wouldn't you at least just go over there, find who is promising, capitalize them to develop all these undeveloped resources, take your percentage.
Also,
well, no, China actually sends over businessmen. There's Chinese businessmen running those businesses, but I'm saying the same thing, but hire a local, give them a loan, take your percentage. Why wouldn't you do that? It's got to be extra, like racism.
I just think America took the eyes off the ball. That's all. And China was like, "Oh, investment opportunity. Here's some
kind of that, like Sargon was saying, because
it's a little bit of everything. Now it's a little bit of everything.
Because one of the problems is, like, our foreign policy pretty much since, like, the 90s has just been entirely Middle East focused in one way or another.
Yeah, exactly. We're, like, obsessed with oil, like it's the only product.
Yeah,
really
exactly.
there's a
Where
whole lot of,
China's just gone like, oh fuck that. No, look at all these poor people. You know, if we give and they got, I mean, they've got shitloads of resources in Africa. Hence, you know, not the people because we did that before, but natural resources. They've got shitloads of that stuff. Like literally, it's a big fucking Garden of Eve, so to speak. And
Yeah.
China just recognized it and went full tits up.
Mineral.
I'm sure glorious overlord Trump will like invest in Africa.
Right.
I don't think he will. I think he's more concerned with blowing the planet up, which is a bit like. He's like, yeah, I'll drop a bomb on. Don't do that, please. Don't
One
drop
good thing about President Trump, and I will guarantee fucking this. If he gets elected, he will fucking be impeached within the first 4 years. He won't get through his first term.
Well, no, because
the world's gonna explode.
Well, no, you know why, right? Because that's the Republic. Like he gives the Republicans power. If they impeached him, they'd lose a significant.
Even Republicans don't like Donald Trump. What the fuck are you talking about?
They don't, but they do
hate him.
A lot of them don't, but they do like the power that he gives them.
No, they don't. They fucking hate it because what they're doing, what Donald Trump's doing, is literally destroying the Republican brand. He's literally killing it.
I mean,
like, everybody's like, "Are you kidding me?"
To be fair, like the Republican brand has been a joke here for like.
No, but I'm saying like this is like way beyond like Ted Cruz. This is seriously mental.
Not really.
Yeah.
No, I disagree there. Ted Cruz is like he's actually worse.
Thank you, Hero. I've been saying that.
Really? How could you ask Donald Trump? That's nuts.
No, you don't understand. He's from a dominionist family that thinks he's the Messiah and that we need a Christian takeover in this country. And there's actually big groups of these dominionists in the Air Force and stuff. And he has a plan and a plot and a Manchurian candidate thing that isn't a conspiracy, though I know it sounds like one. He wants a religious takeover of America.
Well, I think Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump's a conspiracy myself. I what? Makes no sense. I think someone paid him to run to destroy the Republican Party. Like, it makes no sense. He literally invited Hillary Clinton to his fucking wedding.
The Republican Party, or Donald Trump is the Republican Party without a filter. This is all. This makes sense.
Yeah, that is true.
Ted Cruz is far worse.
Wait, what's up?
Ted Cruz is far worse.
Yes, he is.
Well, he's not even in the race anymore. He's gone. He's left.
If you're talking about religiosity, Ted Cruz is far worse.
Yeah, he is.
I wouldn't be constantly harping on Trump's back if there's even worse.
Well, Trump's.
Here's the other thing too, and this is why I would get in arguments with like Bernie Sanders supporters.
I'm a Bernie Sanders supporter.
Well, not all Bernie Sanders supporters, but the ones who would specifically go to Republican primaries and vote against Trump. And it's like, why would you do that? Why would you vote for like one of the two Hitlers who is going to keep the Nazi Party alive when you could vote for the Hitler who has the chance to destroy the Nazi Party and himself in the process?
Yeah, the people who cry and complain about Donald Trump gaining power are basically kicking themselves in the dick. You want Donald Trump to destroy the fucking party because it's shit right now.
But I still don't want him to be president though.
If he actually becomes president, it becomes a different thing because, like, he was talking about bankruptcy, and he thinks you can play the game with a country that you could play with a business.
Our government can.
When you're the biggest economy in the world, there is nobody to run to and just always renegotiate. You're going to stop running around the lap where the rest of the world, China, and everybody keeps running.
He said that. He said, I want to bankrupt the United States. He literally said it out of his mouth, and I was like...
Well, he's like, I'm going to put tariffs on China and then force them to renegotiate our debt and shit. It's like, you know what China's going to do? They're just going to send all the shit they're not sending here to Europe. They're going to be like, you know what, Europe wants
you know what they'll do?
Or
you know
call
what
the
they'll
dead
do?
in. Call the dead in.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what they'll do. They'll say, you think you're funny? Here's your money, and now it's We own your debt, bitches. Now what are you gonna do about it? You know what happens next? The United States turns into fucking the USSR. That's what happens next. And then the whole world goes, and then we have a war.
Right, now I moved to Quebec City.
But like I said though, like, I honestly think because like Kayla said, like the mainstream, well, probably not even the mainstream at this part, but like the old guard of Republicans vehemently fucking hate Trump.
They hate him.
Like, they hated fucking Ted Cruz, but, like, that's why Ted Cruz was ultimately more dangerous. It's because he's a fucking lackey. He'd fucking buddy up with the fucking, like, establishment with the Republicans.
They've had to take sides. Like, Lindsey Graham said it was between poison and getting shot in the face.
Exactly.
And he ended up choosing poison. But then Boehner just came out and was like, you know, he's supporting Trump because he says Cruz is the worst son of a bitch he ever worked with, and so on. So they have had to choose sides a little bit. Neither one is too popular, but this.
You actually see, Piro, where like the biggest satanic church in America issued a statement being like, Ted Cruz is nothing like Lucifer. That is a huge fucking slander against Lucifer.
No, that's good. That's a good one.
Boner or Boner, whatever how you pronounce his name.
No, it's Boehner. I always call him.
Yeah, I call him Boner.
We used to have a guy. We used to have a guy Bonnier, but it's Boehner anyway.
You want Bernie and either?
Satan in the flesh, which I found hilarious.
Does anybody know the Blackadder, especially the first season of Blackadder? He's Blackadder. He's Blackadder. Look at him. He's the first season. He's the original Blackadder. Ted Cruz.
You know,
that's who.
You know who Ted Cruz is
playing.
Blackadder was charming, though. Ted Cruz is the charm.
Well, not in the first season.
Snake charmer.
He was obsequious. Yeah, he was not. The first one wasn't. He got more charming. As he lowered rank, you know, he got a little bit better of a person until he was in the trenches. You know, he still wasn't that great of a person, though.
On a serious note, if you guys want to look at more into China's development and so forth, there's a good project by the Center of Strategic and International Studies called China Power, and I linked it in the side chat, and that expands military, economic, social, and so forth with China.
Oh, stop worrying about China, for fuck's sake.
Oh, that sounds interesting, yeah.
That
sounds interesting.
You know what these called China Monsanto in the early 90s, the sleeping dragon?
Mm-hmm.
And do you know who instigated that? Was actually the USA who instigated the China policy.
Well, you know, we were the sleeping giant World War I era, right? Sleeping giant.
Yeah,
so
well,
it only made
Japan
sense.
found that out pretty quickly.
So I think that's where the etymology of realizing, because it's been pretty obvious that they're a superpower, that they're really more powerful than they make everybody admit.
The thing is, their foreign policy. Their foreign policy is one. Hold on a second, Eddie. Hold on. Their foreign policy is one China policy, right? Which has to do with a certain country that the United States protects, and Japan is under the auspice of you can't have nuclear weapons because America protects you. The thing is, right? China is literally building fucking islands in the fucking South Pacific China Sea. I'm not kidding. They literally are building islands.
Yeah.
It's
I thought that was pretty awesome.
It's hilarious.
This is the reason why this is why the tensions between the US and China have risen up again, is because of that. And Taiwan is, you know, heavily I think it's Taiwan, someone else.
Basically.
It's heavily disputed, and China's navy is expanding so rapidly. China has missiles. America has
China has missiles that can shoot through American ships.
Yeah, like out of all the BRIC countries,
America,
China,
vice versa.
Yeah,
China is probably the only country.
Wait, what, Eddie?
I was gonna say, out of like all the BRIC countries, because like you know, like the BRIC countries, like Brazil, India, Russia, China. Yeah, like I think China, like Brazil, like you see what's happening in Brazil now, and like Russia is run by a complete fucking crazy person, and like India is like I think India is a powder keg waiting to fucking happen. Something bad's gonna happen there, but like China, I think like they'll probably have like some social unrest and shit, but like I think the Communist Party ultimately will budge on shit
you know what the
over the long run.
Well, actually, what China is, since Nixon,
Like Hong Kong.
China is. Hold on, wait a minute. China
wait.
is
No,
actually,
you wait. I've got to go take a leak in his cigarettes, so I'll be right back.
Well,
but I gave some controls to some of you, so.
All right. Well, I was going to say to Eddie, China is actually a capitalist country posing as communist, right? They love money. They fucking love that shit. It's like, oh, give us the money, you know? And the people, though, are like, well, we want democracy. And they're like, no, you can't do that. No, don't do that. Shut up, sit down. And they're going to get pissed eventually, you know?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think over time, like, the Chinese government, like, whatever something could get to a flashpoint, except for certain situations, like the Uyghurs, like the Uyghur Muslims, that's probably going to be bad at some point for China. But, like, I can see a lot of ways, like, China probably bringing up, like, especially, like, in Tibet, like, after the Dalai Lama dies, I can see China being like, okay, now that fucking prick's dead, we can start, like,
I think most of the people,
up a bit.
Most of the people in China are actually just villages. There's a billion of these fuckers. You got to understand that. They're just villages.
Yeah, China's a developed and it's a developing nation. It's both
at the same time, right? Yeah, at the same time. It's a quasi-country.
Yeah, but with China, I don't think they're going to do anything drastic for many, many years to come.
Nah, I don't see that myself.
Yeah,
it's not going to be drastic. It's going to be like slow trickles.
Even though that they're expanding Navy and so forth, they won't want to do anything because then all their contracts are going to be pulled all over the place, and they'll lose whatever. So
that's why they don't fuck around with America, because they've got loads of America's debt, but then it doesn't serve their best interest if they want to fuck over America.
That's
you know, because
their
economy, if they fuck over America, their fucking country's going to get fucked even worse, basically.
Yeah,
so I don't think,
you know, that's why economic trade is very important, and that's why you don't see state-state conflict
anymore.
Well, I think the last war China had was like the Shinto Vietnamese war in the late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah, China's policy, if you believe this or not, is non-intervention. But what they do believe in is a one China policy, and trust me on that shit. They do want China to be China. Trust me on that.
That's why they were fucking with
the powerhouse.
Yeah, they want their shit back, and that's it. They just want their shit back.
I think the main reason they were fucking with the Vietnamese was because at that time, Vietnam was a lot more closer to the Soviet Union, and that was when the Soviet Union and not Soviet China, but communist China weren't seeing eye to eye because the Chinese were like, let's let the Americans in.
Well, look at North Korea. Look, when America was having a fight with North Korea, the Chinese sent troops to North Korea to help them out, but then the North Koreans turned on the Chinese, and they were like, oh, don't you fucking even think about that shit, and they battered them. It's just, I think China has a very calculated way to see the globe, and that's a good thing because you can't have homogenees, right? I'm glad that we got China, Russia, and the United States, right?
Well,
let them fight it out. But at the same time, I don't want them to go fucking.
I would say I'm glad we have two of those. Not so much Russia now, because it's
no, Russia is still technically a European country, right?
Well, I mean, Russia just terrifies me because I'm like, oh, Vladimir Putin is a crazy guy. I bet if he found out he had
I'm sorry, he was the head of the KGB. He's not crazy. Yeah. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Okay, true. He's not crazy.
He's a Russian nationalist. He's very
just an awful human being.
Yeah,
well, I could say that a lot about other people, but then again, how many people have been assassinated in the United States and how many people have been assassinated in Russia as your head of state? Pretty sure I know the answer to that one, Paul.
Yeah, Russia's committed war assassinations.
No, actually.
Yeah, a lot of journalists have been killed in Russia.
Yeah, but that's journalists. That's the state killing.
And then there was that senator dude. Like, remember him, like, a couple of years back when, like, the dude was shot, like, literally down the street from, like, the Dharma, or Dharma, I forget what they call their parliament, their, like, Senate or parliament.
He was the official opposition, actually. That guy you talking about was the official opposition to Putin.
My main worry, though, with Russia...
I mean, I'm not saying Russia's perfect, but we need to understand that.
My main worry with Russia is they'll fuck with Moldova, which is a NATO member, because Moldova has that weird breakaway Russian providence.
Well, actually, President Putin said to on live press conferences, we want to join NATO, but they've never bothered to ask. That says to me that Russia...
No, they have.
No, they haven't.
No, literally they
haven't. I can literally show you a YouTube video where he literally...
I don't know YouTube. Actually go to NATO's website.
No.
It's particularly in 2010.
No, I'm sorry, dude.
YouTube is inferior if you actually go to
you say propaganda is the answer. No, I'm sorry. I know you like propaganda because you're a bit stupid.
It's NATO's website.
But when the guy says it, you know. The guy literally said it at Davos. He literally said it at Davos.
Stupid. What the fuck?
He said it at Davos.
This is the same person who thinks YouTube is a for reference.
I mean, to be fair, Russia is the country that started Russia today.
The response,
which is a complete propaganda mouthpiece.
You're not that intelligent. I'm sorry, Emma.
If you're gonna use YouTube, that speaks volumes.
No, I'm just telling you, he's on YouTube. The fucking video's right there where he says, I asked to join NATO and I got no response. He literally said
they invited him, you nut.
Oh, shut up, you
Go to NATO's website.
Shut up. NATO's run by the fucking Anglo-American Alliance, you tithead.
Speak properly. Speak properly.
I'm sorry, I know you live all the way on the other side of the planet. And I know
you can talk, you munted moron.
But still.
Learn to speak properly. We still like this because
you speak my language, you fucking dick.
Don't you speak like this? You speak my language.
You speak my language. Get that shit straight. I'm sorry. Let me ask you a basic question. What language do you speak?
You sound like that. Learn to speak properly.
What language do you speak? You fucking.
What's going on? Wait. What's going on? Wait. Let's get things under control.
This fucking idiot is telling me how to speak fucking English when he's not even English. He's Australian. You fucking moron. You stupid tit. Is what you are.
Learn to use credible references.
You know what?
Go to NATO's website.
You're a patronising little fucking prick. Shut the fuck up.
Wow.
I warned him I gave people controls. Napalm, you noticed you had controls, right? I figured Stizer would be the one that was gone when I came back.
I was like...
Oh, wait, Matt has controls too? Matt has all the control.
Well, I just don't like to tell me how to speak my own language. It's a bit frustrating, you know.
Because you barely ever use it?
So the subject became English while I was gone for 5 minutes, and suddenly you're talking about English like a bunch of school teachers.
Okay, basically, Monsanto, I don't know his name, I'm going to call him Monsanto, wanted to use a video, and then Izor said that he just believes in propaganda, and then they got into like a big fight. That's it in a nutshell.
Yeah. He said go to NATO's official webpage when I tried to give him a slight history lesson. That's ridiculous.
So the real subject is something to do with NATO. Yeah, I heard you complaining about NATO. So what was the subject on NATO that you're disagreeing about?
He said he wanted to. He said, "Okay, can he fucking speak?" Like,
yeah, I'm putting him back.
All right.
I've been trying to put him back, but he keeps chatting, and then the chat window bubble gets.
Monsanto, let them finish first, and then you can jump in.
Well, you get my position. Well, get what I'm saying right first time, anyway. So you wanted to say that you're basically arguing that YouTube videos are a good reference. Instead, go to actual NATO's website instead, where it's actually documented and so forth.
That was not the point.
But what's the dispute about NATO?
I said...
So Stein thinks that Putin said they were never invited to join NATO.
I can actually watch it. I can literally
then go to NATO's website.
I only said it's on YouTube. I wasn't citing it as a reference. I'm telling you, it's literally there. You can watch it. You can literally watch him say it. You can literally watch him say it out of his fucking mouth. Or why would I bother saying it? You can literally watch it on YouTube where he says, I asked to join NATO, and they didn't want to say anything back.
Already, since it keeps getting brought the fuck up. Like this, like all this over this fucking video.
It's bizarre. I don't know, maybe because, well, the thing is with Monsanto, he's a little bit of one of them, like, because I read it officially, therefore it's true.
If it's an official document, that's superior to Putin speaking
and then he said speak English to an English person, which is quite funny.
No, how you talk, it's very retarded.
Oh, because I talk, so, excuse me, because of my accent, you're telling me my English is incorrect?
Well, all your accents are, a little bit wrong. I mean, obviously, America is the main place, and parts of Canada that.
Oh no! It's Australia. It's Australia. Australia speaks English.
They for sure have the accent.
Yeah, You see, the thing with Monsanto.
No, you in particular, style. Like English people speak.
I feel so fucking special. We just celebrated. We just celebrated.
Black.
Celebrated.
Wait! Can Monsanto explain this fucking thing you trying to explain?
I'm trying to. I'll get there eventually.
Is the most purest form.
We've just celebrated.
That's what Shakespeare was.
We've literally just celebrated 400 years of Shakespeare, and this fucktard who's an Australian tells me speak English.
No, not all the other British people speak better than you, though, Sty. You particularly.
Oh, so it's now just about me.
But so how is that a good topic? I'm not really interested.
It's not a topic. It's just because he wants to be smart. Hence why I.
It's not being smart. It's just thinking
What were you arguing about NATO? Whether NATO ever invited Russia or
No. Okay. Do you want to go, Icons? Do you want to go?
I don't think Russia's ever been invited in NATO, but they've been taking part in NATO activities over the last since 2000 or whatever.
Putin said at Davos that he said that he's got no problem joining NATO.
Well, I was just gonna say let Monsanto explain what he has to say, because every time he does, he gets cut off.
Yeah, let's just let him exactly, Stizer. That mean to you? Let him say.
I've got no problem with that.
We lost Eddie.
Oh, he'll come back.
He's dropping. He'll come back in. He's just dropping.
So basically, what I was saying is that Putin is what he said is contradicted by actual documents showing that NATO, especially back in 2010, where they're actually getting quite close, it looked like, that was possible. Then, for whatever reason, the past, 6 years, that just went to shit. And
I don't know. Maybe because the USA put fucking missiles in Iceland.
Let him finish. Let him finish, because we haven't
gotten what the fuck he's talking about.
No, the part I want to hear about is what's the issue. So we did get very close back in 2010, and for about 10 years, and we still are. I mean, we have some hot buttons right now, but I actually think compared to when I was a kid, it's nothing. So,
definitely.
But what are you saying, that Putin was the one that wanted to go to the next step and NATO refused?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. That's believable to me. It could have gone either way. I don't know.
He literally said at Davos. He literally said at Davos. I don't know if you know what Davos is, Monsanto, but literally at Davos he said, "I've got no problem joining NATO." At all.
Yeah, but everybody was saying that, and it didn't happen, and now we had Crimea and these other issues that make it look like what were we?
Well, to be honest, that was a coup, to say the least.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm saying we have heat-ups between Russia and the rest of the industrialized world, or whatever you want to call it. Where does
America send most of its money for the space thing? They send it to Russia. Russia and America have been the closest allies, really, in real terms, even during the Cold War.
No.
Well, not during the Cold War.
MRA, fucking book. Shut up.
With the space issue, because that circled the internet recently. Yeah, with recent, that was flying around on Google Plus for the past few days. In particular, that's not the case. So what that's basically saying is, with the companies, the company turns out to be owned by a person who's Russian, who's in this inner circle of with Putin and so forth. That's what I was talking about. And so, you know, with SpaceX and then new
SpaceX is
rocket can now return. No, with shut up.
Do you know where he bought his rocket?
Shut the fuck up.
You know where Elon Musk? You know where Elon? No, you shut up. No, you
shut up. We're trying to get a complete thing out of it.
No, you shut up.
No,
Elon Musk bought his rockets from Russia. He literally bought them from Russia. They were ICBMs. He literally bought them from Russia. He went and
I know. I have no way to take controls from you other than kicking you, and I guess you could kick me too. But let's just let him finish and let him make a complete statement. And it doesn't matter how annoyed you are. You can have
I'll mute myself.
I just play League and then rage out while you're playing League, so he can complete his fucking thought or something.
Yes, right.
This always happens. So
it does.
That has to do with America's space program with NASA and so forth, not ICBMs. So with the rockets that they use, it turns out that there's a company that's owned by a Russian who's of political power and so forth with Putin, and that's what it's talking about. And so hopefully America with NASA with SpaceX, with that rocket that can now return and safely land, it's happened twice now. That will fix that problem, and that's where the money's being spent. So it's not fucking directly or on purpose. It's just because, you know, it's a company. It's the same with America and China or something of the sorts. You know, there's tensions navally and military, but with companies and so forth, of course, there's going to be money flowing between the two. It's just inherent.
So what I'm curious about, Stizer, is what do you think about the Russian situation? Basically, Russia is getting normalized into the whole European, American world of the industrialized nations, and arguably even in the Cold War, in a dysfunctional way, they were already integrated into it. Now we have a deterioration. We're arguing over that with them in the Ukraine, which basically I more or less support their position in that, and in Syria, where probably that's a little screwed up.
You have to look at this, right?
So what's the real, let me finish. The question is just, what's the real situation? I think basically we have normal relations with Russia, and this is a temporary thing.
It is.
And I grew up in the Cold War where it was possible we would have blown each other up even on accident one Saturday. So everything's fine now compared to then as far as I can.
It's fine because what you need to understand is, right, Russia is one of our strategic partners, but also they're out for their own shit, right? And, you know, that's normal for a country or whatever. The whole Crimea thing, you got to understand, the biggest base for Russia for their submarines is in Crimea, right? And there was a coup. They didn't like what was happening at the time, and they said, no, we're going to step in and make sure that
to be fair, Crimea was technically...
Yeah, well, it was given away in, I don't know what the fuck it was given away, but it was given away when it was the USSR. Or in fact, it was Russia at the time. Yeah, it was a long time ago. Yeah, he gave it to them. He was like, yeah, you can have it. And they were like,
no, that doesn't count. None of that counts because it counts now. It doesn't count because that was all during the Soviet Union. That's like giving part of Oregon to California. Big deal.
The entire point of why we have NATO, right, is the national Atlantic transatlantic fucking whatever the fuck it's called, right?
Right.
The reason why Russia signed that agreement is because they said to Russia, we won't encroach on your, you know, sphere of influence, shall we say, for a better word. And Russia felt that we reneged on our promise, and we did. We have been trying to get satellite states of the former Soviet Union to join NATO. We put missiles. Wait, let me finish. Hold on, let me finish.
And then
we put missiles.
It was less.
We put missiles in fucking Poland, which could take down ICBMs. Which doesn't. That is like a fucking slap in the face.
NATO broke its word in the Ukraine.
It
so,
did.
Okay, go ahead,
basically.
Napalm.
That's the problem.
Well, what did Stice say the purpose of NATO was? I cut
fair,
out at that point.
Well, it's a North American
NATO
trade.
shouldn't
It's
even
like
exist
the
anymore.
Axis.
There's no reason to have NATO.
To be fair, like
it's the post-World War II Axis alliance.
No, but it still plays key today.
We don't need NATO, basically.
It's the
Okay, well,
allies.
say that to the Hurricane Katrina victims and so forth, who actually got aid by NATO.
Oh, is that what we're talking about? Are we talking about whether NATO is a decent organization?
It has humanitarian. Hold on. It has both humanitarian and military.
Right. Well, I don't want to take over. I'm not just a 30-second thing.
Shut up. Let Napalm speak.
No, wait. I'm just asking a 30-second question. I think I just found out what the real difference is here. Stizor's calling NATO a useless piece of shit, and you're calling it a useful piece of shit.
It's useless. Well, we don't need NATO because there's no. Okay,
but you were the one that said let Eddie go.
Fine. Go on, Eddie.
He's afraid of you because you might yell.
I would have agreed, like, 10 years ago, I would have agreed with you that NATO was useless, but, like, with Vladimir Putin, like, and George Orwell, it's like, NATO still exists because that's probably keeping, like, Eastern Europe a little more stable.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, as soon as Vladimir Putin fucking gets out of office over there, or dies, or something, or he's not in power anymore, NATO's going to kind of become useless again, except for like just humanitarian relief. And it's like really that stuff could be provided by other organizations like National Guard and
NATO is
stuff like that.
NATO's there to defend Europe.
No, I support a new mission of NATO that we do not get rid of NATO, but we do focus them on rescue and various things like that, where I don't think we should get rid of NATO. I think it has lots of problems. I'm a liberal.
It's a relic from the Cold War.
The problem is it wants to perpetuate the military-industrial complex, and it wants to have conflicts. It wants to find Libya to go in or something.
Yes,
no, it has to from its very nature. On the other hand, it has been, I think, a very necessary organization, and it shouldn't be disbanded because of that. We should just be careful about its mission.
It should be disbanded.
We should give it missions of
something else.
We should give it missions, collaborative missions, missions that
At
aren't.
the end of the day,
we should have NATO patrolling like the Mediterranean.
No, you're wrong, Stizer. Look, Stizer. NATO has done a lot of peacekeeping more than any other military organization in history, and they've done it better than any military organization in history.
We're never going to go to war. End of story.
I think Monsanto he's just talking in the chat now. Like, what are you trying to say, Monsanto?
I'll just say, like, both humanitarian and just peacekeeping and so forth, essentially into alliance with those in the North Atlantic, and that helps because again it's a treaty of multiple nations, like 30 or something, whatever it is now. It's and more still joining. It helps them, these nations and their militaries cooperate and work together. That helps keep tensions low, even between themselves.
Yeah, right.
And just more exercises and peacekeeping. That's a good thing to have.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. For example, why was there not war breaking out after World War II? There's a lot of differances and tensions in Europe still.
Hold on.
It's because of NATO. It's because of NATO. By having a joint military alliance. Wait, Stizer. Wait, you can say what you want to say. I'm saying by having a joint military alliance, you have negativity of militarism, but you also have the positivity of those militaries, those countries don't fight with each other anymore. It's very effective.
We don't need
almost double. It's like a mental trick almost, and it worked in Europe. It's not a bad thing. It'd be good if Russia wasn't NATO.
Russia.
It's like what the United States did after the American Civil War, where Where instead of
why not?
It's like what America did after the Civil War. Instead of having like regiments based off of state and shit, they were like, let's mix this shit up from this point.
Exactly.
So like you have like Virginia serving with Ohioans. So in like NATO, you have like Germans serving with like French, and like instead of being like, oh, these guys are our enemies, they're like, hey, these guys are pretty cool. We like these.
I'm sorry, but is anybody not missing the fact that Russians actually helped us fucking defeat the fucking Nazis?
Well, I think that's the main thing we all agree on. Is like NATO's main purpose shouldn't be.
All that means is Russia should have been in NATO after World War II, but we had this big communist panic, so it didn't happen. But they've always been a part of NATO. I thought that's what you were arguing. Is that
it is? I still am.
Russia's always, even during the Soviet Union era, the isolation. Obviously, they are part of the European, including the United States, the so-called Western world.
They are Western. They are our friends. I mean, okay, fine. That fucking idiot Stalin fucked it up, right? We can all agree on that if you read your history books. He fucked it up, right? But at the same time, the Russian people, right, are very much European, man, in the way they think. I mean, I don't like fucking Putin because of his shit that he's done about like anti-gay laws and shit like that. I don't like him, right? But the majority of Russian people are very much European, just like you guys in the fucking in Americas.
Totally, I play a video game with Russians every day, basically.
We don't need NATO anymore. We should have a collective of nations who are going to go.
No, but what we're saying is, why go that way? Why not say, hey, let everybody into NATO, and it could be the military wing of the UN?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. We need to change it. We need to get rid of the word NATO because it's
like, for example, the UN troops are useless and annoying. NATO troops do the peacekeeping mission way better than UN troops. UN troops have included all kinds of corruption and stuff.
You don't hear
in Africa as well.
You don't hear about a lot of NATO troops raping people.
So that's the thing. NATO is something that I'm a liberal. I'm not into military and war, but I think NATO is an organization that is better to turn into, modernize its mission to what our current situation is. But I agree with a martial artist there that it does humanitarian things, and for a military organization, it has the best record that I know of on humanitarian issues, raping the people, locals, all of those things.
If you attack one country,
well, you also have multiple nations. A nice thing about NATO is you do actually have officers that are in home country militaries, and they watch over each other. It's a lot harder to do an atrocity when you're this country.
No, but look at Turkey. Look at Turkey.
Any one of them would do it, but then they're watching each other. It's checks and balances. I think it's probably the best military organization.
Turkey has got 75 million fucking people or some fucking crazy shit.
Right? Where?
Turkey, right? If they was to have a fight with Russia, under the auspice of NATO, all the nations in NATO have to go and fucking fight on behalf of Turkey. That's why it's scary.
Well, that's scary. I thought after they shot that Russian plane down, we shouldn't have let them into NATO. We shouldn't have let them into NATO.
If NATO, here's the exception to that, Sizor.
They actually played the bigger part in World War II than most people think.
I also think that Obama might have put them up to it.
On the planet.
I also think they were put up to it. I don't think they did that on their own.
Well, I think they might have done it on their own because Etrigan, like that's the name of the dude in charge of Turkey right now. He is really like just had a huge spiral into fucking madness over the last decade. Like he started off kind of cool, and then he's just like, fuck it, I'm going to be a dictator.
Yeah, but the thing is, they do so much business with Russia. It's like it's their major tourism group, I think, and they do so much business with Russia. It's just not the kind of place you go, hey, what are we going to do today? Shoot that plane down. It's weird.
One thing with NATO, the NATO alliance is if if a member state is an aggressor, the other states do not necessarily have to join in. So, like, if Turkey on their other side,
Article 5,
we're going to attack Russia.
If you're attacked by any nation, everybody in NATO has to come.
Right. But that's the whole thing. What's the chances of the Russians?
That is the basis of NATO.
That only happens if that nation enacts on Article 5. They don't need it. Like
yes,
France,
I know. But do you think that's going to happen if you get attacked by Russia? No way. Do you know why? Because Russia will nuke the fuck out of you.
Well, no. Here's the thing. This is actually a reason why NATO is still a good idea because
on the planet you will nuke the fuck out of everybody else. One's America, the other one's Russia. Forget China at this point.
And that's exactly why.
No, now you know what? You sound like you don't think the relations have been very normalized.
No,
Russia is no more likely to nuke the hell out of Turkey than the United States is.
Of course they're not. That's why it's so complex. This whole Syria thing is like, oh my fucking god. It's like a diplomatic nightmare.
Let me put it this way. What Turkey did could start a world war. Luckily, Russia's all grown up, and they didn't fall for that bait, because if they did attack Turkey in retaliation, NATO would have to go in.
Yeah.
So of course they weren't. There was no worry about that. I wasn't worried about World War III, but I did think that guy ought to be impeached. That's really incompetent.
Well, I think the guy who fucking the head of
Russia's Air Force is being very idiotic. Prior to the Turkey incident, multiple. It's not a rare case where Russian Air Force has gone into fairly deep, considering, into other nations' airspace, and they've even started to harass aircraft, even American aircraft carriers that are operating. We're still within international waters, and so we're getting right close.
Right. You know what? That's a concern. That's a concern. But I kind of think that is a result of the fact that America is flying drones all over the world, from Indonesia to countries in Africa so we have broken the airspace rule with a hegemony, and I think we're goading Russia into those kinds of things, including this barrel roll that has all the conservatives upset over here. You know, we're pushing them into reminding us that they also have super fast jets and whatnot, you know.
Well, Russia, I'm sorry to say this, but Russia got into space before America. Don't treat them as stupid as you fucking think.
Well, this is the thing. I think that America likes to think it's the only air power, and we love to pretend we could win a war by bombing things, and we're still pretending that. And I think, you know, Turkey shooting the Russian jet was a little bit to say, don't try to be an air power again. But they have been an air power the whole time. They never weren't an air power. They could carpet bomb countries too.
They could have nuked the fuck out of Turkey.
Internationally, it is our responsibility to acknowledge that. You're supposed to acknowledge that. You can't be in denial and pretend another country doesn't have a formidable power.
Yeah, they're a superpower. Other than the United States, which is a hyperpower, the only other opposing force on the planet is literally Russia.
Well, no, because China is the real first power in the world right now.
It is, economically speaking, right? I'll give them that. But when it comes to military spending, the big two boys on the block is Russia and
but the whole point is that doesn't matter, because see, they're still the most powerful, and they could gin up an army in no time if it came to that. And if you tried to attack them, they wouldn't even need more of an army than they have. The fact that they're spending
they took over Crimea.
Look, the point is, we could not invade China and hope to accomplish anything.
Well, no, because there's a fucking billion of them.
So they win. They're that plus the economic stuff. And what do you want to call a superpower? The guy with the coolest tanks? You know, T-90C, I've got a Russian tank.
Well, no. Well, the thing is, right? The thing is the same. The same. No, hold on. The same
Banks
argument.
used to make money. Now they cost.
Wait. Hold on. The same argument was made for Germany, and it didn't hold true, right? What you got to understand is, if nobody wants to actually blow each other up, because money, people like money. It's too expensive. Yeah, it's too expensive. People like money.
Nobody.
They're not going to blow each other up.
Not nobody. There's North Korea and people. That's why it's.
Oh, well, that's not correct.
Don't say nobody.
No,
Give
hold on.
Russia credit for being one of the people that doesn't. There
No,
are the buddies that do want to blow the world up.
No, but the thing is, right? They do want to do the proxy thing, which is the military-industrial complex shit. Yeah, we're always going to have that shit, right? But as nations to nations, they're not stupid, man. They're not stupid.
It will be in quote-unquote
Well, I don't think we even have proxy wars right now with Russia. We did when I was growing up. Where's the proxy war now? It's kind of like a weird thing in Syria.
Syria is a very important...
we're on the same side in Syria. It's even weirder than
a
proxy war. It's like a proxy war where we're fighting for two different sides that are on the same sides. Right?
No, but Syria is important for Russia because of Iran and all that stuff, right? You got to understand where...
Syria is important for us. You know, this whole thing about how bad he is
I don't see
is
how
ridiculous.
You say...
When I was growing up, that regime was considered like Jordan, a good friend of the United States and doesn't kill Christians.
It still is, actually. It's a Jordan, actually.
Yeah, it totally is. It's the same thing. And Jordan, too, is a brutal, just like Syria.
Chat next.
Jordan is under control by the West and cooperative. So was Syria. Jordan could be seen as a dictatorship just as easily as Syria because that's how those things are run.
Okay, Infinity. Go on.
I was just going to say, I don't see how you say that we're on the same side in Syria with Russia.
Theoretically, Russia is bombing ISIS. There's dispute about that, but there's also dispute about the anti-rebel forces. I mean, the rebel forces against the Syrian regime being ISIS, or is there a different group of them? But in reality, the point is we're both supposed to be fighting ISIS over there.
Yeah.
Yes, but it's complicated by the fact that...
In the Russian case, it helps Assad. In our case, it also would help him. So, I mean, it's a weird three-party situation, right?
With Syria, you have the Russians both protecting the Syrian government and targeting... so by doing that, they're targeting all rebel groups. But technically included in those rebel groups, you do have ISIL. The Americans and other allies are helping some of the rebel groups, and whilst trying to not help the ISIL, but it's extremely hard to do because that is obsessed with ISIL.
Because you don't especially
since
because you don't do fuck the R.
But wait, especially like 8 months ago when we weren't realizing there was the distinction, or maybe it was a year, I forget, when we were funding the ISIL, we were kickstarting ISIL. Oops! What are these guys eating hearts for?
Yeah, with that,
no, it's true. That is exactly true. But Russia knows that best from Chechnya. You know.
But I'm just saying, as an American that is interested in the whole Arab Spring and stuff, it would be great if you had a democracy in Syria. I honestly feel like, well, I mean, the Russians are on my side, but not exactly. It's like there's you got to
look at the geopolitical part. You got to look at the geopolitical part. Syria is very important in the Middle East for Russia.
Well, the thing is, geopolitically, I hate to say it, but it would be better to get things settled down in Syria and let Assad keep power. I basically have a Russian
position. That's not America's stance.
Actually,
I know I'm not in line with.
Actually, I know that's not comfortable to say, but that's actually what the West is coming to terms with. They're like, you know what? Fuck it. We'll take the long road. Because at the end of the day,
look, as a humanitarian,
you're going to go to war with fucking Russia? That's not a fucking great idea.
A compromise. This sounds like a cop-out or a compromise, and it is. But wait, let me finish. Let me say something. No, not what you're saying. I'm saying... What I'm about to say is sort of a compromise, and I don't really believe this kind of argument goes very far in the world. But the fact is, most of the misery in Syria is because of the instability and chaos right now. If you could have a situation where you get rid of that war, the civil war that's happening there, it would actually be, in a humanitarian sense, good for the people over there. And you could deal with the injustices in a more humanitarian way.
True.
No, but it's even.
I think it is. Look how bad it is, and the part of that big refugee crisis.
There's more. Yeah, exactly. I was about to touch on that. It's even worse. What it's doing, it's actually fucking destroying the European Union. Right now, the European Union is a big deal to people with, ties and stuff.
Yeah. If you really insist on kicking him out and it takes years and all of this pain, how do you know you don't just get the democracy in Egypt or something? So I think a gradual he didn't get kicked out yet. Admit that, have some stability, maybe some concessions, and then slowly work for justice. Because around at this point, if you just had a democracy, you're going to have that crazy, irrational democracy.
Well, are you suggesting that we should support Assad with military?
Yes. I would say that. No,
I wouldn't go that far, but I do think
yes.
we should.
And the only reason why is because it's going to end up like fucking.
I think that would be a huge mistake.
No. Let me tell you what I would have.
It's going to end up like Egypt, dude.
One, I think we should have been warmer to what the Russians were doing, and
the Russians know exactly.
And I think that diplomatically, we should try to normalize relations and make overtures to stop the fighting on the principle of all ceasefires that let's stop killing people. Let's stop killing people tomorrow. That can't be bad.
Look,
and that's what that would lead to a normalization where he kept control. But you know what? In that process, you might get him to agree to have a democratic election in the next 5 years.
You just have a choice. Look, Assad's
and
going to
that works. Right? That's happened in history. That does work. You wait 5 years, you get an election. Maybe it's fair. Maybe it's not. You try again.
If
better than what's going on now.
Go quicker, it's going to be more painful. We tried it. It failed. Right? We was going to blow the fuck out of Syria. It failed. Okay.
Well, that surely wouldn't have worked.
So the next thing
already been blown up too much. It's ridiculous.
But the next thing is
have you guys seen the cities in Syria?
We need to focus. Those are the result.
Killing people.
With
ISIS. We were fucking horrible.
Those are mostly from the civil conflict, not the West entering into the picture and stuff.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is,
absolutely.
You know, I'm just saying is, if Assad can stay in power and we can stop people killing people, yes, right? Because we don't want people being
and in that case, you could finally hunt down all the ISIS that are in that part of the world, which frankly we kind of need to do.
Totally true.
But it's not just ISIS that wants Assad out. That's the problem. There's
it's the civilians.
No, but I'm saying
we have to deal with that in a different way.
I'm just saying the geopolitics, and it hurts to say it, but the geopolitics I think is you let Assad stay and stabilize, then you can work together on ISIS, and that is the best path forward.
You would have to support that authoritarian regime.
Well, look, at the end of the day, it's the lesser of two evils.
Wrong. It's not quite true. It's just like Jordan, how they say Jordan is so great, and the king of Jordan is our big, big friend. It's the same thing. Yes, it's authoritarian, but people aren't dying as much as they otherwise would. So I don't like authoritarianism. But during my whole life, Syria was the same story. Oh, over in Syria, the Christians aren't persecuted, and so on and so forth. Stability in Syria is not perfect, just like the stability in Jordan isn't perfect. But it's better than this refugee murder crisis. You know, have you seen the pictures? These Syrian cities, blocks and blocks of 5- and 7-story buildings, all rubble.
But you're basically arguing the whole reason
is what people really need, right? That's the real thing.
You're arguing that I think the whole reason why we're having these problems in the first place, and that's because we supported all these authoritarian regimes.
Yeah, well, we did, but that's
I do agree. That is why. Yeah, it is the best.
Though, Infinity. What we're trying to explain, or
well, it does. You know, Jordan and Syria were out of the whole Middle East paranoia complex in the West because they were cooperating. Right, we had dictators, the Shah in Iran, all of those cooperating. We basically lost it except for Israel, Jordan, and Syria, and Egypt, I guess you could count, but I'm thinking on the actual, you know, not Africa. And so, you know, those were the guys. They are dictators. They were friendly dictators, and frankly, it kind of worked. If you were living in those countries, it was better. You could actually become a doctor or a lawyer or an architect. And so sad as it is to be in that kind of society, it was better. Just like right now, Qatar. They're no angels, but you know what? It's a good lifestyle in Qatar compared to the rest of the place. So it's all relative is what I'm saying. Yeah. But so we need to I would have been happy with the Arab Spring, kick Assad out. It didn't happen. It's years later. You can't have children growing up for 10 years of civil war and expect anything good after that. So it's time to stabilize stuff. We could have done that by not pretending that it's a big problem with the Russians, that the Russians are helping Assad. They don't deny that they're helping Assad, and they are also bombing.
But the thing is that, well, I mean, that's my point.
ISIS.
There's a strategic reason why. You can't just go, well, it's because of, like, let's all hold hands and shit, because it's not.
Well, that's right. That's the point of saying it's geopolitics. There does have to be a reason why, and even if it's harsh, and I don't feel good as a liberal saying what I just said, but I think it's geopolitics.
It's the truth. You know, it's the truth. It's the politics of the world, and it's shitty. I'm first to admit it. It's shitty, but, you know, the West have their hands in so many fucking pies, so to speak. But, you know, I mean, as normal people like we are, we can recognize that what the fuck's going on is a bit weird, right? But we can also understand that this conflict, this whatever the fuck it is, I don't even know what the fuck to call it actually, should end, because I'm sick of people dead on my TV. I'm just upset at the way humans treat other human beings, basically. Yeah. And it's sad. And I would like it to be over and done with. Look, at the end of the day, there's a conflict in a country that I've never visited, but I'm pretty sure they're very nice people. And the people in charge are unscrupulous, fucking horrible cunts. And they're the people we should focus our attention on. Because it's not the people, really.
Yeah. Could I tell you my sci-fi idea is we'd make a deal where we let Assad stay in power. We'd let him keep the part of Syria that's mostly still fairly pro-Assad. The eastern part, we take a chunk of Iraq out of. We make a new little country there between Turkey and Syria. We get Turkey and Syria as part of this deal to go in there, and basically they're the ones that occupy while we try to stabilize that rural wasteland in, eastern Iraq, and somehow try to stabilize that where we really have the Iraqi government, the regional governments taking part in making a new nation out of this country that ISIS has made. So accept the boundaries of what ISIS took over as legit. Like, why were they able to take over that part? Well, because it's an area that sort of has its own interests. And then, but take ISIS out of the government, sell Assad on giving up some of his country, and the Turkey will help because it's like the Kurds could have this place theoretically, and that's actually the hard part, because of course the Kurds are not going to, a lot of the Kurds are not going to want to move out of the part of Turkey. Ideally, you'd let Turkey would give a chunk up too, and the Kurds could have their Kurdistan from Syria to Turkey, and that's not going to happen. But anyway, that's my fantasy.
Yeah, you still need to remove ISIL out of the picture.
Yeah, no, that's a way to do it, I think.
Well, no,
how is that a way to do that?
You'd have to.
No, because you take that border. Here's why: because you take that border they're already controlling. You make a deal with Assad and Turkey, right, and Iraq, the current Iraq government. That, okay, that's a new border. We all go in there, mainly local, the local troops go in there, Middle East troops, occupy it and set up that government, kicking ISIL out, but putting in a new local government that'd be democratic, because there's a couple demographics in that area, but they're definitely distinct.
They're not just going to go away.
But this is my point. That area, the reason they could take it over partially is because it is distinct from Turkey and Iraq and Syria. So just make it its own country, go occupy it while you set up elections, and do it that way. And the way you get those countries in on the plan would be, through your negotiations, so for stability. Now, it's not realistic because Assad is not going to give up part of Syria. The citizens, people are really like, they're anal about the borders. They don't want to change them. Turkey, no way are they going to give up a chunk. So that's where my idea falls flat. But I think ultimately, if you could get them to do that, that would lead to stability, because if you kick out ISIL, the people that are there are still going to want. The reason they were receptive in some sense is because they weren't being served by governments in Baghdad.
Well, you say
Right.
kick out ISIL like they're, a bad roommate or something. They're not going to go anywhere, without a fight.
Yeah.
Well, no. But if you send in local troops to just take over the schools and the local government buildings,
it's still going to use force.
They would go away. They're very weak.
It's going to require military backing by the United States of Assad.
You're still going to have
of all of those countries, I say that the U.S. should go ahead and do the thing where we give weapons and even money, but not ground troops to do this occupation.
You would need ground troops.
No, you wouldn't need American ground troops. You could do it with Saudi Arabian, Egyptian,
all of them, but you would need
Iraqi,
well.
Turkey. You should create a little Middle East NATO of the willing to do it.
Yeah, but also have, because they still have a lot of tensions between themselves, so it'd be like a dysfunctional kind of group trying to band together, and they might fall apart.
Well, in my fantasy world, we don't have assholes in American government, and they help smooth it out. They help make that work out, because, yeah, that is a big problem, obviously. Well, in my fantasy, Israel's involved, so imagine, there's a few problems in that group in my fantasy world. I think it's a real goal in the sense that if some clever person or super diplomat was able to go, hey, I know what we could give that person to make them accept that, it would work out in the end because of the demographics of it. That
that's
area
what America's trying to do
probably
already.
should not be reabsorbed by Iraq.
America's already trying to get local nations to band together and sort out this fucking issue that is ISIL.
Trump and Sanders both have that position, which is funny. Trump and Sanders both have said, oh, get the locals to do it.
And Obama, and that's the actual negotiations as of right now. They're trying to get them together, but then really, Biden's like, are you fucking retarded? You've got this massive problem on your doorstep, and you're not doing shit.
Yeah.
That's already the goals right now. But America would need to have some ground presence as well. And the thing is, a lot of other Islamic groups worldwide and locally still don't even recognize Baghdadi as. Hold on, they still don't recognize him as to establish the caliphate and so forth. So even if you grant him in your little fantasy thing here, this little section for them to occupy, and then eventually, kick out, as you say, they'd stop tensions in the Islamic community about, you just gave them a fucking nation, as it were.
Right. Yeah, and the people are still in there too when they disband and stuff, so it is an issue. What about this idea on the thing about that that people would want to see, or you need an American commitment? What if we put our ground troops, in Syria and Turkey, so that if ISIL, when they're fighting back, gets a big running, momentum to punch through, even if they're going to fail, they punch through and they destroy some town, in Turkey, out of what we hope is the war zone. We could always just be there to be a border around the war zone, because we'd be really good at that, because that's a technological accomplishment.
Yeah, well, they did that. They did that when Iraq invaded Kuwait, and then looked like it was going to go into Saudi Arabia. So that could happen.
That part's really effective, right? Well, that's the thing about military, really. If you get down to it, if you can think of ways to use your military for like strategic defense, it's really good at that. The trouble always comes when you're trying to make your forward movement, and you find out for some reason 10 times as many soldiers isn't going to work in this case, which happens. I mean, it's all when you go forward. Well, I just don't want to see Americans on the ground in that territory, because I think we need to stop being the helmet. We need less U.S. flags on American helmets, just to stop the recruiting process that recruits the ISILs and the Al-Qaeda. You know what I mean? I think, so it's really a psychological reason. I'm not against American military taking part, as much as I think it's time for us to tell the world we're willing to let other people handle their problems.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, it's like, well, look, no other nation has really taken up the challenge. And that's what America's really good at, is they go, okay, here's a fucking problem. We've got a powerful military and we've got influence. Let's project that to secure a region that's, going fucking AWOL. And no other country is really willing to do that. And that's the good thing about American forces. They can do that.
I think they need to be goaded into it. I think those governments in the Middle East, the ones we're talking about, are actually also Western governments, like we were talking about Russia. And basically, they have gotten a free ride. And I think they could probably be coaxed into helping a lot more. There's like 1 million soldiers over in those armies. It's not like they don't have enough people already with guns and trained. They do. So I think it could be pulled off. I'm not saying I could. I think it might take a political genius to pull it off. But what else can be done? So I'm going to take another break, you guys. Barklord showed up. Barklord, I want you to talk. But anyway, I need a 5-minute break, and so don't kick anybody out, Eddie. Oh, you probably don't have controls anymore because you come in and you come and go so often. Or are you even there? All right. Well, I have to go. I have to go pee, so it's not an option. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Probably killed somebody, and now he's burying the corpse. Matt.
Of course, wouldn't be surprised. But I linked in the side chat from the University of Pennsylvania. It's a think tank index report for 2015, and you have all these different categories by region and so forth. And when you go down to page 95 or some shit, you find, for the category of national security and defense, I picked the top 5 out of those. CSIS, IISS, the Chatham House, so on and so forth. And I use those because I do a lot of conferences with actual proper experts. The articles they write are done by actual experts in the field, ex-military, generals or strategic analysis and so forth. And they do have a lot of good pieces and so forth on it. And you can also, with universities, through the Department of Defense's Minerva initiative, a lot of DoD is interacting with universities to prop up, more research and academia and help shape policy and so forth. And looking at some of their future projects, publications, and so forth. It's really very, very interesting to see, what's actually being done now and in the future and so forth. So I personally use think tanks instead of, the Guardian.
And I'm back. Sorry about leaving my mic unmuted. I realized that as a I had to go dig some holes in the garden.
We heard what you were doing, Matt. We know.
Yes, Mark Lord. Oh, that napalm.
You're not napalm?
I am napalm, I guess. It's my moniker. Piro will remember. Do you remember napalm too, Piro?
He's gone. He'll be back in a moment.
Because, he was, the first napalm on YouTube, and, when I started, everybody was like, he was napalm. And then he, left. He was, he was weird. He was, a Christian anarchist. It was weird. And then he left to do, Christian anarchy stuff. I don't know. And then I became the only napalm. There's probably more napalms, though.
We found a guy who basically looks exactly like Matt. And Matt knows it.
Listen, I don't like women. Never cared for them. Never have.
There's a dude who was like, I think Hell is underrated or some shit. Hold on, let me get there.
Oh, yeah, that guy. Yeah, to be fair, the I hate women guy, that looks more like Ujama Flipper. Yeah, he has, the same weird, and no Flipper. Is he still around?
God.
Is Ooch still around?
No, he went. He
just completely disappeared.
Yeah, he'll be back in a moment.
No, I mean Ujama Flipper. He was an old YouTuber, who kind of swung in these circles.
No, I don't know him.
But like he had like a weird egg-shaped head where like he had like a really pointy chin and then the top of his head was really super round. It's really weird. That's what I was asking, Barklord. I guess he's dead or not or something. Sorry, Monsanto.
Not so good. Just vastly, they don't push agendas.
Yes, they do. What are you talking about? That's absurd.
They have a clear idea of situations because they're experts.
Why do you think you have right and left think tanks?
You don't. You have, say, for example, CSIS. They're ranked, #1 in the world for defense and security by multiple universities.
I mean, you do have right-wing think tanks, like.
I don't know what MMR is saying. It's just retarded. I don't even know how to respond to that. It's just retarded. It's inaccurate.
These are superior for academic.
Are you saying that there are no left and right think tanks?
Could you give me an example?
Cato Institute.
Yeah.
And how was that on either side of the political spectrum?
It's pretty much common knowledge. It's kind of ridiculous to even question that.
I don't
like
even
the Cato
know.
Institute outright calls themselves the conservative think tank. That's like their little slogan. Like, we're the conservative think tank.
Anyway, I'll be back.
Shit. What's up?
Hey, Para.
I have in-laws here. I think I'm cussing too much. I'm going to have to be quieter.
The current argument are there such things as think tanks with agendas?
Are there such things as what?
Think tanks.
Well, I said they push agendas, but...
Agendas within think tanks.
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't say
is that link? I loaded that link you sent, but I didn't look at I didn't dig down to it much. You sent a link about the top 10 think tanks or something like that?
Oh, that one, yeah, it's a PDF. Yeah. You just go by category and
Global Go-To Think Tank Index report.
Yeah, from Pennsylvania University.
Like, I wouldn't say
aren't think tanks supposed to have agendas? I thought all of them.
Yeah,
they all have. That's kind of the point.
But I don't see
which is not a good thing. I'm just saying that is, they definitely have agendas.
Well, they like to promote education.
Well, like, I wouldn't say, like, not...
and so forth.
I see what you're saying. No.
To spread disinformation.
No. When you say think tank, too, I think in America where we have all these right-wing think tanks. So, there's think tanks that are focusing on improving conditions and liberal think tanks. But no, I do believe even the liberal think tanks and everything, they have political agendas, and they all do. And it's unavoidable that they would.
Yeah,
I mean, that's my quick position on that.
To be fair, I can think off the top of my head. I can think of a conservative one.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a good CSIS. Their articles are very well written and very well researched for things on, say, ISIL or any conflict within the Middle East.
Yeah.
It's
not like Cato. I'm sorry, I was just gonna say it's not like the Cato Institute is just complete garbage. Like they do, they are intelligent people, but like there is a right-wing slant to like what they say because they are.
There is beyond a right-wing slant.
They are the American conservative.
So let's have a look at have any of you guys used CSIS before or know anything that?
No.
Tell us about CSIS.
With Cato, so give us an example of quote unquote right-wing.
Anyway, I'm linking you something. You want me to link you something with a bunch? It has listed with them what their political orientation is.
Okay, go for it. Okay. But don't you think that could be the result of actual, research into the topics? So, for example,
we're not. Wait, no. All I said, right, is that they are left and they're right. I'm not arguing if the quality of what they're producing is good or bad.
Mm.
Well, I mean, think tank-wise, the whole Iraq thing, this PNAC, you guys all know about the Project for a New American Century, hopefully, or, this is where Dick Cheney and Wolfowitz and all these people from the Bush II administration came from. And, they basically executed the very right-wing, openly right-wing political plan of PNAC once they got in power. And they also got, you know, the whole regime change thing that Clinton himself signed on to. That was their position paper that basically caused that. So, I mean, in America, we've been controlled a lot by right-wing think tanks for the last 20 or 30 years. I think left-wing think tanks have done a lot of social work, but I don't think they've been that politically influential in the U.S. compared to Heritage Foundation, PNAC, you know, right-wing. Not necessarily even bad, but, you know, conservative.
I think a lot of like that, like especially, I think that had a lot to do with like a lot of the neocons. They never really held office or shit before.
Just a quick comment. Just a quick comment to Vastly. So when they say independent, it means they're without leaning either side of the fence?
Yes, but did you actually read through all of them? Because not everyone says independent now, does it?
I agree. Okay. So Rand, I like to use that one. That's independent.
What do you mean, Rand is independent? What do you mean?
Well, like that's what it says in this one.
Well, that doesn't mean they're non-ideological.
Yeah.
Political orientation.
But that aside, right? I don't think branding a think tank as good or bad on the basis of what it identifies with politically is meaningful.
Oh, centrist is for CSIS.
Yeah, I think that's fair
Yeah. I'm glad to see that the centrist is for the CSIS, because I use that one a lot. So no one can have a go at me for that.
Okay, good. Well, no, this paper looks really interesting, by the way.
I used the 2014 one a few weeks ago. I saw they had the 2015. I'm like, okay, let's see who overthrew Brookings or CSIS for, you know, national security and so forth. Fuck, they're both in first and second position. Fuck. But some of these ones I haven't heard before. I did back in 2014 with Aspen Institute. I wanted to put a bullet in my head. A few days ago, I was going through the YouTube channel, and I realized they invited Deepak Chopra to have a talk, and I had to unsubscribe. Even though it was back in 2014, I'm like, no.
Wait a minute, who was that?
It was Aspen Institute. A few days ago, I was going through the YouTube channel, and back in 2014, somewhere in there, they had fucking Deepak Chopra on. I'm like, I can't. I only just came across the Aspen Institute, and then I found that. I'm like, fuck, I'm subscribed. I couldn't do it.
Well, I can't blame you for that. That's
yeah.
I know. You know what? I'm a liberal, and my gut reaction is I'm supposed to like him, but boy, I don't like him.
Yeah, he's jargon bomb. He's like the true empiricism.
Yeah, you know what? He's a poet. If I just thought he was a poet, I dig it. I'm liberal, but he's a little bit, he tries to make more.
We'll talk about spreading misinformation. That's what he does.
Oh, yeah.
I know. Well, also, you guys remember, I mean, I don't know if you remember, but I'm sort of a spiritual atheist, you know, so the jargon I would be sympathetic to, but I do think he's more of a snake oil type. He's not helping the cause of honest-to-goodness, psychological spirituality.
That's pretty new age. I'm surprised he's into that. Into the crystals and the healing Archibald.
You know Deepak Chopra made a video game?
I get no response.
No.
I'm not surprised. No, I didn't know that. Did you know Timothy Leary did?
It's literally... Timothy Leary made him have to play it.
Yeah, back in the 80s, you could get it on the emulator.
I really wanted to play the Deepak Chopra game because it was like on the Wii and shit, when Wii video games, and I was like, oh, this would make a hilarious fucking video game series.
Seriously, I get
but the fucking game, like, yeah, you don't, Kalins. And like, but apparently the Deepak Chopra game is like one of the rarest fucking games on the Wii, and like I could only find it for like $120, and I was like, fuck that garbage! I'm not paying $120 for a goof.
That's funny. It's got value.
Yeah, it is. If you've ever heard of a game called Rez, it's like a psychedelic on rails shooter. So something like Tempest, kind of. And you just
Really?
a landscape and you listen to like psychedelic music.
Well, what's the point of that? How's that a Deepak?
In the Deepak Chopra game, often the gameplay is videos of Deepak Chopra just saying Deepak Chopra shit.
See, that proves what a snake oil says. That's like he's like Trump of New Age. Then he's just selling his name. I mean, at least Timothy Leary made a game that was all trippy and crazy about his, psychological psychedelic theories. At least it was really Timothy Leary designing a video game. That just sounds like Deepak said, "Yeah, I'll take $100,000. Sure, use my name."
Timothy Leary had some bad shit with him, artwork.
So, you guys, I highly recommend buying a laser printer. So I just printed that paper. I had no idea it was 175 pages. Martial artist, thanks for warning me.
Wait, what?
I highly recommend getting a laser printer. I just printed that paper that you linked, the PDF. I thought I'd print it. I hadn't noticed it was 174 pages, but with a laser printer, it's
a laser printer.
Yeah, they're about $150 now for the cheap ones, and this thing will put out 174 pages in 30 seconds or a minute. It's who needs color? I don't need color.
Well, I'm over the ink. No laser.
Oh, you could probably find a computer bundle. You can probably find a computer bundle where they just give you a free laser printer.
Yeah, they're not
a lot of people use them anymore. Even though
but they've gotten so cheap. Why not? Because they print about 20 times faster, and also, the cartridge costs $75 or something.
Yeah.
But I had this one 2 years before I needed new ink. And I often print stuff like this that's 74 or 50 pages, software manuals and stuff.
I think that's probably what turned a lot of people off of printers was when the cartridges were like $100.
Yeah, but that's fine if it's gonna last 2 years.
Cartridge for the one printer.
It's like
but now
pages.
Printer companies are like, we can't bilk people.
But anyway,
we could do this. We could do this when offices needed papers and shit. But now that are getting rid of printers and shit, we can't bilk people on the money anymore. We actually got to make this shit worth it.
To me, it's the speed of things. I'd rather look something on the screen. If I'm gonna have to wait 30 seconds for a color photo that's of medium quality, I'm not probably gonna want to do that. So, speed is of the essence of when you're printing things. That's my view. But anyway, it looks interesting. I had no idea it's so thick, but that makes sense. It's got a lot of tables. I like this.
Well, I think it's unfortunate. I have a very bad view of think tanks just because of all the right-wing think tanks in the United States.
Oh, yeah, that's an interesting topic. No, I've always felt that, if it was dominated by that was never stop think tanks. I've always thought, no, we need more progressive
ones. The premise of it is great. Yeah, the premise of it is great.
Organization that starts working, and ideally, they're open about it. And with PNAC, they were evil, but at least they were open about it. They're like, look, we're conservatives. We want to have a new American exceptionalism where we dominate the 21st century. I mean, at least they were open about it. People think that stuff anyway, and they talk about it in the back rooms. Why not have a think tank where they write position papers, and we know what they're thinking, and when the president does it, we're not clueless as to where the idea came from. We know where the idea came from.
Well, the problem is that they're not scientific organizations.
Well, hold on. A lot of them are in social science. Also have degrees in political science.
You mean the people that contribute?
Yeah, the writers and so forth. Yeah, so they have. But
Well,
some of them
sure,
have
but I'm
military
saying that the organization
intelligence.
itself, you know, they're not a scientific. They don't have a scientific approach necessarily.
Well, they do. Well, yeah, they have a lot of analysts.
There's really
that say
no
that,
boundaries. Yeah, no, and some of them really exploit that.
yeah, a
But
lot of them.
they have the sound of an academic institution, but none of the boundaries.
I have a question real quickly. Is CERN a think tank technically?
What?
No. It's a research institution. But that's an interesting thing, because I was going to ask a similar one. What about the ACLU? They're not a think tank, but maybe an organization, an activist organization like that, actually might as well be called a think tank. They have position papers. They endorse certain people, or for that matter.
Well, how much research do they actually do, though?
I also think there's like a certain standard that you have to meet to be qualified as a think tank.
Yeah, I have to look into that. But what was the first question before you mentioned ACLU? And then someone said it was a research institute, CERN or something.
He was saying CERN. Is CERN a think tank? And yeah, they're tank, and they're very objective, but they're so objective that think tanks are actually more the biased. They're kind of allowed to have a bias that CERN is not a think tank, but I see the similarity. And I was saying, well, what about the ACLU? Or maybe a better example would be the Sierra Club, or NOW. These are activist organizations that come up with position papers. They sometimes draft laws, which is what think tanks do, you know, proposal laws like, hey, think about this. And they're basically the same as a think tank, I think. I mean, they have an ideological position. They're allowed out and in the open, honestly, you know, we're for women or whatever. Their mission is in public. You can hate it or love it. And
right, but I think
like
activist groups tend to use they sort of outsource for their research, right?
Well, I don't know, not the ACLU, really. I mean, the Sierra Club does. They will reference some other study or a university. You know, they have a primary source of information that's someone other than themselves, but they're still the ones saying, and therefore vote for Russ Feingold or whoever they.
I guess in the sense that they provide information to the public in some way, then you
know what? How about this? The think tanks. What makes it the think tank is that it provides position papers. That's what think tanks do, and there's a lot of organizations that do that. So CERN doesn't provide, you know, policy position papers. So, but
right.
The Heritage Foundation, which is obviously a think tank, does, and so does NOW and the ACLU. And now, what about the League of Women Voters? Well, they don't, and yet they do endorse candidates and stuff, or have in the past. I haven't followed them recently, but they do endorse candidates. That's like a position. In a way, yeah, it's sort of a mushy concept. Is kind of what's coming out of our discussion here of what a think tank really is.
Just by that link I was given, I'm glad to see Brookings, CSIS, and so forth are more centrist, independent, don't lean either way. So that's just very good to.
Was that the motivation?
That's why I wish that
was just to justify your use of this Center for Strategic and International Studies. I see what the plan was.
Oh, all the time, man.
But you know, like the Brookings Institute is conservative, but I respect them. You know, I mean, I know when something comes from them. Well,
as it says here,
I'm really liberal. Martial artist, I'm really liberal. So.
Yeah, it says here they're progressive.
But the point is, I respect them. They're honest and they're coming from their position, and that's really all I expect from people.
And it says here, consistent with their claims. It's referenced by both conservative politicians as well as for those who are liberal. So you have both camps referencing, say, Brookings or something. And that's, you know, good, just as good to hear for me, for my ears at least.
Well, theoretically, Brookings isn't so much conservative as its establishment. You know, it's really old, and I think we can take it as more honestly trying to find out the right policy and not be partisan. But if you ask me, yes, it's partisan towards the American exceptionalist hegemony that has been the mainstream philosophy of the United States. So
the political structure of America, as well as the media, is fairly conservative to some degree. So
Right.
that happens regardless of. So yeah, like you said, like you're saying, that's going to happen just because that's the nature of America.
But this is why we maybe need like really scientific think tanks. That because we're all sort of recognizing that that's not really what's going on with these institutions. Even the more evenly played ones are not really doing science. You know, it would be a way to have
no, they're not.
a scientific.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
It would be a way to have sort of like meta studies on particular issues that could be done from a scientific point of view.
Well,
The thing is, we have that in the colleges, and the think tanks are a reaction, partially the right-wing ones anyway, to look how liberal the academy has become. Really,
Well, we have that in the colleges, but that
philosophical angle and the scientific stuff should go on at a lower level at the universities, and that would be fine.
Yeah, RAND is a think tank, but it does a lot of research. So you do have them, but they're generally, your body of experts that, have those kind of intellectual discussions, scholarly work, and so forth. So you do have the research ones like RAND and so forth, but then yes, like Brookings and so forth, you do have this body of experts in social science, economics, the works, and they have those kinds of discussions, and they would reference, research and all that kind of fun stuff, or analyze the budget, or commentary, or things of that nature.
You know what?
So
I just bring this up because I think that the way it currently exists, for the most part, is completely and utterly useless and just distorts the picture.
So what about this idea? You know about the OMB, right? The Office of Management and Budget? I think it might have been started by Nixon. I'd have to look that up. No, it's probably. Let me see. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. But it's supposed to be a nonpartisan thing that, they write reports on when a bill is proposed. How much is this really going to cost? Let's not trust the politicians. Let's do some math and hire some accountants that even if they are ideological, that's not how they do their job. They do the math like accountants. And it's almost like a scientific think tank. Of course, it's a governmental organization, but I mean, they create position papers that are like, forget politics. We're going to look at the math, add it up. We might hope it adds up, but if it doesn't, we'll tell you. And they're fairly successful at that. They're underappreciated, really, for how well they've done. If you go check their work, like their estimates of what a law will cost, and then it does get enacted, you can see that they're doing a pretty good job. So, I mean, that's the kind of thing you'd want to have as a think tank. But I think the purpose of think tanks is to satisfy that.
Tried to defund it in recent years.
Lower your volume.
During the last phase of the Bush. Oh, sorry.
His mic is really bad.
But during the last phase of the Bush 2 administration, it's probably my internet.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good though, but it can be good for a moment. It's not the mic; it'll work. But yeah, you have some weird internet.
Oh.
But the
like we got new internet.
The thing is, I was going to say, the thing is with think tanks, they're not there to be like an OMB. They're a private organization, and it's like you start one because you don't think the academic establishment has appreciated your theories yet. Maybe they haven't even been tested yet. And so you're a kind of a pseudo-research organization that's arguing certain ideas should be pursued. You're kind of saying, hey, universities, you should look into these theories. You're not a university department that's supposed to be scientific. I almost think that, no, the think tanks are supposed to be like, hey, you think it would be good to legalize hemp, then you could have a think tank that looks into that. They're academic people, but they aren't really supposed to be held to the scientific standards of a publicly paid scientist, because they're kind of
I
at
don't
the
know if it's
forefront.
just me.
Yeah, like the thing about think tanks is that like they exist for dozens of reasons. Like some exist simply to push a particular party's position. Like that is why some think tanks exist.
Yeah, like anti-abortion or something.
I always saw.
Like,
think
I'm an
tanks as like, let's get a bunch of people together.
Well, let Kalen's finish. Name
No,
your friend.
I was just being a dick to Matt, Big. Like I'm an anti-napalmist.
Yeah, we're all
Kalen's. It's probably sadly used to be.
I like napalm. It's just I hate puppies.
I like puppies. How can you hate? Oh my God! Speaking of
puppies, I feel bad already.
Look up the picture of. Oh God, I forgot her name. Oh, Carly Florina. She did like a picture, and she had a bunch of puppies. It is the only picture of puppies on the internet that's not adorable.
Right. Yeah. It's like 101 Dalmatians is about to happen, is what it looks like. I'll bet.
Yeah, or like she's gonna unhinge her jaw and.
Yeah. I really despise her. She ruined HP. That's why I hate her. She ruined HP. She also didn't not ruin Lucent as well.
She's proud of what she did over at HP.
You know, before HP, AT&T broke up, she got the part of AT&T that was the cool part that had Bell Labs, and she screwed that up too. I mean, she screwed up Bell Labs. She killed Bell Labs. I mean, like an American institution for 100 years, one of the best things we ever had, that was a private sector research, and she screwed that up. And then she went and screwed up our best engineering company in the U.S., and now she wants to be president. I mean, that's the kind of thing that makes me happy. They chose Trump because...
Well, yeah, that's all over now.
The arena.
So who's Trump's running mate?
Did you hear he's going to have Kristi and Dr. Slow Carson choose? They're doing the committee to choose his vice president. Yeah, he's going to have Ben Carson help choose a VP and Chris Christie.
I want Cruz. Cruz has
just those two.
Well, no, there'll be a whole committee, but he mentioned those, and it's like, why would he choose Ben Carson? Chris Christie, obviously, because I think Chris Christie wants to be the VP, so that... But Ben Carson, he called Ben Carson psychotic.
That's the thing I do.
Like, seriously. Like, and by the way, I'm not joking. I'm not making a metaphor. I mean, literally psychotic. Something wrong with him.
Yeah.
Think about it like
how Trump.
And now I'm going to have him choose my VP.
I do.
Makes perfect sense.
Love how Trump treats the kiss ass in the back. Like, there's this great photo of Trump and Christie getting off of this plane in the rain, and Trump is under an umbrella, and he's just smiling and laughing, and Christie is right next to him in the rain getting drenched, and he looks miserable. And it's like, I love that. I love that fucking Donald Trump is treating Chris Christie like the fucking piece of shit that he is.
It's like this. It's because he's conquered them both, and he's just kind of like showing everybody how inferior they are to him.
Well, Christie must know how pathetic.
It's like a prison bitch.
Yeah, they're prison bitches. There we go. Thank you.
Christie must know that it looks like that.
Hold on to my belt loop.
Christie must know it looks like that.
It's like, hold on to my belt loop.
And he was promised to be VP or to have a chance at it or something, and he's willing to take it because he knows he has ruined his political career with anybody else in the whole world. But if he can go a coattail of, fluke President Trump, he will maybe reinvigorate his career.
Well,
I don't think Kristi is necessarily eyeing the VP nod. I think he's more the Department of Justice. I think that's what Kristi wants. Because he was a lawyer before he became mayor.
No, that's true.
I mean, not mayor, governor.
Yeah, that's a good point. Not necessarily. I've been thinking vice president, but you're right. He could be just happy that he's got maybe he's got a guaranteed place, and now Trump keeps him like eager though, figuring out which place it's going to be.
Was getting the Secretary of Defense.
No, Palin apparently is going to get Secretary of State or Energy or something.
Oh, really? Are you guys talking about?
No, energy. I think energy.
She was.
Who?
Trump, when Palin endorsed Trump. Yeah, when Palin endorsed Trump, he was like, she's going to be my Secretary of Energy.
Oh my God. That would be
because, like, she did so well in Alaska. Like,
he doesn't even think it should exist. I've heard her say that. Like, there should be no Department of Energy. So what are you going to do with the nukes, dumbass?
You know what I want?
The fucking nuclear power.
Trump Palin would be amazing. That would be an amazing ticket.
I would like that because that would pretty much ensure that
be America's representative in the UN. Piro, you might remember it. It's kind of like George W. Bush picked a guy who absolutely hated the UN to be UN ambassador.
Bolton.
Yes.
John Bolton. He's on Fox News all the time. He's on Fox News.
Hilarious.
Yeah, he's such a bozo, and yet he translated that into. He's such a henchman and bozo, and not. Like, he's not accomplished, even like, Cheney, I don't like, but is accomplished. And yet, he's translated it into a whole talk on the talking head.
Not like G. Gordon Liddy.
Yeah,
like,
exactly, just like that, a henchman that,
this
got rewarded.
People.
And he got rewarded. It's like, that's what.
Yeah, like G. Gordon Liddy. Yeah.
When you see how
I think I'm more tolerant of Liddy. Because he's outright like, yeah, I was a minion, I was a henchman.
Right, he's an honest to goodness. He's an honest to goodness gangster, political gangster, and he owns it. Whereas Bolton is like, he's a bozo idiot that's like, I'm respected.
I never thought of it before, but like every interview with G. Gordon Liddy where he talks about all the heinous shit he did. It is just like an interview with like an old gangster talking about the heinous shit they did.
Yeah, because he did his time, which what it really earns you when you do your time is to talk about your crime however you want. That's the real thing you get when you get out of prison. It's like, I get to talk about that murder all I want. I did my time. There's nothing you could do about it.
Also, you don't have to say you're sorry.
That's exactly.
That is it. You don't have to technically ever say you're sorry because.
Well, Liddy definitely. I don't remember him ever saying he was sorry.
Well, like, I think Liddy
came out
once
punching.
said, like, he technically... I think Liddy said him going to prison that was the only apology people would ever get from it.
Right.
Was
or
like,
the guy,
I went to prison, I did my time.
The Reagan guy, what was his name?
Actually
Colonel
respect that.
Something or other.
North?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Oliver North?
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Iran-Contra dude.
Iran-Contra.
The paper shredder guy.
That fucker's also...
You know what? He's my least
He's
favorite.
like their military guy. He's always doing, like, military stuff.
I have
I
always hated for that gangster Gordon Liddy, but Oliver North, and I watched those hearings, and the fact that he emerged with no punishment, and he's a really, really kind of disgusting person, just on a personal level as well.
Yes.
That he.
Yeah, like even.
Yeah. That's worse than Liddy's radio program.
Even when I was like.
Andrew joined. I don't know if you
I
noticed.
used to love
No, I didn't.
Was it? He's still unhitted? Oh, wait, no, he's unhitted. Never mind.
God, you know what? Speaking of radio shit, did you see Rush Limbaugh's basically finally on the...
What?
Because like,
so
the main company that Liberty Media or something like that, I forget what it's called. They're going bankrupt. They're outright going bankrupt.
Oh wait, are you talking about? Wait, are you talking about
the fucking places that's?
No, you're talking about Rush. Beck is having this problem
Rush
too.
Limbaugh.
Beck is also having this problem.
Yeah, Beck is having this problem, but it's really hurting Rush, because what's also happening with Rush is a lot of the radio stations are dropping him because a lot of advertisers now are like, we do not airtime. Like, fuck this guy. Places are either airing him with no advertising in between fucking breaks and shit, or fuck this, we're in the radio business and we need all the advertising.
Yeah, you know, the thing is, too, well, the difference is, too, so the Blaze network or whatever is having problems, but it's already more or less an online empire. It can shrink, and there's no threshold for it to cross, whereas it looks like Rush might end up off the radio, and what does he do at that point? Well, it's the 21st century. He could have a very profitable podcast, and so he'll probably do that, and that'll be a big threshold, though, like, you know, forced off the actual media or something. But it does look like that's going to happen. Yeah, well, that's a great sign that there's a shrinkage in. My mom is like a Fox Republican, and her house has nothing but books. Michelle Malkin, Rush Limbaugh, Glenn Beck, just like each of these guys put out a book every year or something, and she buys all of them.
Read, like, one of the Russian books?
Yeah, they'll still be popular.
He is a really bad writer.
Hopefully it means that whole market is drying up a little bit, because you just can't believe the number. Every radio conservative talk show host is writing books, and his listeners are actually buying them. So hopefully that means that's drying up.
Bill O'Reilly or like fucking Glenn Beck, where it's like their books are bullshit.
Oh my God.
You know what? These are interesting.
I got to tell you something terrible. So this Bill O'Reilly Killing Lincoln. My wife ended up reading that book. I watched the I think CNN or whatever, Fox or whatever had the thing. I hate to say it. No, I hate to say it. But there were some interesting things about that. So, like, did you know that John Wilkes Booth was having had a girlfriend who had an affair with Lincoln's son?
Really?
Yeah, there's like.
So there, I never heard that. I mean, Bill O'Reilly is going to be the one to tell me.
O'Reilly's no fool. I mean, he's not an idiot.
Well, he didn't write the book either, but it turns out he hired an actually good researcher to write the book, and he put a little bit of his Riley speak in it, and it's actually interesting.
There's like a huge amount of weird coincidence.
At least he doesn't fit in with the rest of Fox, right? He's starting to be an outlier. You know, he's not really a part of the Fox cabal. In some weird way, he's in his own little universe, which is a relatively good thing.
Because, Kiro, you know how that happened, right? Is the son that had the affair with Wilkes' girlfriend. He was saved by Wilkes' brother by a fucking train. He almost fell off of a fucking stage platform, but Wilkes' brother was there. He's like, "Oh, I'll grab you."
No, I didn't know that part. I hadn't heard that part.
Yeah, like there's a lot of weird fucking.
Yeah.
I think it was a book about in American history, and that they had like a whole. They had like a whole chapter on Lincoln, because there's a lot of weird fucking coincidences.
A lot, but also I didn't know the simple fact of that. You know, he wasn't just an actor, but he was a really well-known and popular actor. Like, you know, yeah, it's like being a local band, but, you know, he was a well-known actor, D.C., Maryland, and like, celebrated like a local celebrity.
Like a James Matthews.
And that also I didn't realize. I mean, I knew he was an actor. Everybody always said that. But, no, he wasn't just an actor. He was a really successful actor locally. So anyway, it was weird.
Yeah, it's like James Matthews.
Yeah.
President Obama, and it's like, what? Why did Dave Matthews kill President Obama.
Yeah. Hey, Eminem just killed Bush. That's weird, isn't it? Don't you think that's weird? Yeah. They caught him in a theater.
Limp Bizkit kills.
And he's got the same number of letters in his name as Kennedy. Anyway. All right, I need another break, and besides, you guys always change the topic when I go for a minute.
You're muted, I think, Monsanto.
You know, I'm gonna like, since Piro's gone and it's like it's been so intellectual. Has anybody seen Captain America 3? Like, it's really good. Like, I loved it. I have a lot of free movies on my AMC. Usually I use it for fucking garbage, like Batman versus Superman. Free movie on Batman versus Superman. This is fucking awful. Fuck this. I'm gonna pay for Deadpool and then go sneak in. Shit, I forgot to ask what happened to John Flipper.
Somebody said he's still around.
He is? That's cool.
Honestly, I have no fucking idea though. Cause
he's not.
He's
not like one of those people. Like, I had problems. Like, I have problems with him, but it's like, it's not like Happy Cabby or Brett Keane, where it's like, I can't wait for, well, Happy Cabby's dead or probably.
Your true feelings about Happy Cabby, Matt.
But it's like, I can't wait for Brett Keane to die.
Tell us how you feel about Happy Cabby.
Well, him, like, beat his corpse with a rake and then leave it in the hot Arizona sun for the kids to get back, because that's the proper body. Just let varmint eat it. Fuck it. God damn. Smiling piece of fucking junk. We should probably continue, like, the intellectual shit. It's like, I don't know. It's like really quiet in here.
Are you afraid? Cause
and like, that's really bad. It's like, I gotta fill the silence. I just gotta talk about shit. And then I'm going to talk about, like, weird shit about, like, fucking how I saw a curb stomping at school once.
Talk about weird shit, man.
Today, you're actually talking about the curb stomping. And we were like, oh yeah, that was really bad.
Yeah,
because, like, some guy works at, it's the guy who works at, like, the adult daycare that she works at. He was like, he's basically where he's just, like, he's normal, but all of a sudden he'll just say something weird and fucked up, and he was like, yeah, when I was 14, I saw my older brother stab his girlfriend to death. I was just like, Jesus.
What?
It's kind of fucked up. Yeah.
Saw his brother stab his girlfriend. What? Did he continue that train of thought?
I don't know. That's all my sister told me. So I don't know what happened after that. If he turned to something else, it was like, I really like pine nuts, but they're so expensive. Oh, thank God, Piro's back.
Am I back? Did it get out of control? Did it get out of control?
Piro.
No,
it just died.
Yeah, right. It's nice for you to make me feel
it got
good.
out of control, as in the show just died.
Well, I'm back.
Like,
what about the new people? We will wait. Well, I've been waiting for a new subject. We got Bark Lord. He showed up, and it's late for him. Before you leave, Bark Lord, what's up? It's not there anymore, of course. But I have my backup too, which is also Andrew. Welcome. How you doing? What are you thinking?
I think Andrew's having mic problems because he tried to talk, but I don't know.
Oh Jesus! Well, that failed then.
No, he's there.
There we go. We heard a little bit of words, but I didn't hear what they were.
Finally got it. It's cool.
There's Barklord.
Did any of you guys see Sargon versus Kristi Winters?
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
fantastic.
I saw it. It was terrible. What are you talking about?
What'd you think?
I think I left a comment saying something like, terrible debate, but yeah, I mean, it was really unproductive, I would say.
Well, did Sargon have a debate with someone?
Yeah.
What
with
on?
Kristi Winters on it was a very formalized debate by, I guess, the Skeptics channel that
yeah, very formalized.
It was they were supposed to have all of their references. They didn't. Probably good. They didn't really enforce that part. And you know, I think there was some interest. Well, feminism. Was feminism good? Is feminism good for the world? Was the subject. And I, you know, of course, I sided with Kristi in the end, but I think a lot of things were misunderstood. Like, I've gotten some comments about her comment that she said that if you're doing gender analysis in a scientific way, the only models ever created, and I took her to mean, you know, so far, not that you couldn't have MRAs could create a gender model, but they haven't created one that's scientifically testable yet. So they haven't, and really it has been feminists are the only ones that have created models that you could test yet. They're not
she
final,
didn't
they're
really
not
make
perfect.
it real clear. I mean, there's like this feminism sociology, which is separate from the political sort of slant.
Well,
feminism.
I thought that was fair. Isn't that a point of Sargon, really, is there's all these, or
Sargon was
Stephen,
just complaining.
Stefan Molyneux, for example. It's like, hey, there's different kinds. The ideological is different. Kristi was talking about, yes, there is an academic wing of feminism, and they've created models which are scientifically testable, and they're not the final good models.
Right,
but
but
at
she
least
didn't
they
really
exist.
make it. She didn't drive that home, I don't think.
No, not at all. But I thought it was clear that's what she was saying when.
Well,
when
I thought it was clear too, but
other groups could do it, and she was like, "Yeah, but tell me who has. I'm saying historically, nobody has yet." And then Agua, this viewer I have, was pointing out, you know, other groups do it. Search on Google. So I searched on Google. You know, if you look at gender studies, what you see is feminism generalized. The feminist models generalized to include men, which isn't that what anti-feminists are asking for in a thing called gender studies, where, yeah, there's men's issues and there's LGBT and there's all kinds of gender issues. Frankly, Kristi was pointing out that, yeah, our way of dealing with all of that is feminist. In fact, our tolerance now all of a sudden of homosexuals and homosexual marriage and transgender people and the reaction that's not so tolerant, that comes from feminism, I would say. The feminist theories are the ones that have given us,
right,
and they're not the final things. I would like the MRA to come up with their own model, but they can't just use the folk model of what we have from our collective
really just anti-feminism. That's what it is. That's why they're not going to do that.
So far, I think that's the problem, right? But it doesn't have to be stuck in that. Like the cafe.
It looks like it's going to be that way. I don't see any signs that it's going to actually be a serious academic pursuit of, you know, what's going on in the world in terms of how gender is
not with the current leadership, really. No. And the current attitude. No, not really.
Well, I mean, guys like, what's his name? Paul Elam?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a joke. Come on. It's a joke. It's not even worth mentioning.
Yeah, with people like that, no, it's not really.
But I thought that debate was just terrible. Sargon of Akkad was arguing from an entirely different perspective that wasn't really addressing the issue, and, you know, it's just basically him complaining about internet feminism, whatever you want to call it, you know, what people say on Twitter, and And he had several sort of
Tumblr.
yeah, and he had several mistakes that I thought he made in terms of pointing out like the rape stats on campus and everything. I mean, he said it was a myth. It's not really a myth. His basis for saying it was a myth was what the authors of the study that is often cited actually said about the study. You cannot conclude from what they said about the study that that stat is a myth, because it's not. I mean, if you look at all, there are other studies that have been done, and more comprehensive studies have been done, and they all kind of show the same thing. They all show the same sort of pattern. Some of them worse than 1 in 5.
Yeah, and the thing is, too, it's like, let's all be honest about this issue of, well, we're talking about rapes and sexual assaults, unwanted sexual advances. They're all blurred together. That,
well, if he would have
said, 5 thing includes all of the creepy situations.
Right.
They're not all a criminal.
Well, if he would have said, if that people throw around the 1 in 5 rape thing on campus, yeah, if they say rape, then that's bullshit. That's not true. But 1 in 5 sexual assaults of some type are true. Now, you can complain about what they're defining within each study as sexual assault, but yeah, you would have to do more comprehensive sort of analysis to get to that point than what he was doing, which was to say, I'm just going to cite this one study, which is what most people cite, and then conclude that it's a myth based on what the author said about the study and what you could conclude from that study. And then it was kind of contradictory in a way, because the authors don't think it's the authors wouldn't say, oh, you can just dismiss this, which is what he was really trying to do.
Well, the problem I have is when he says that things like, the problems with women's rights in Saudi Arabia don't need feminism. It's like, if anybody worked on those, you'd end up calling them a feminist. I mean, if somebody works on an issue like that, you're going to call it feminism, no matter whether they go in as the Equal Rights Club of the world or whatever they go into. And also the other thing, of course, is when you are actually prosecuting some sort of crime or injustice, you tend to call it what it is. You know what I mean? If you catch somebody stealing, you don't go, you did a bad thing. What was it? Doesn't matter. It was a bad thing. You say you robbed, you murdered, you raped.
That Sargon doesn't define feminism as an ideological position, right? That's not how he defines the term, which is one of the reasons why the debate in the first place wasn't going to go anywhere, because one person's defining it as an ideological position, the other person's defining it as those that identify with the terminology.
Yeah, so the problem with that is that feminism, obviously, as they all know, has a lot of subgroups and demographics within it. And they just want to have it both ways, like identify the worst subgroup, characterize all of the groups that way, and then that's supposed to be okay, and that's why feminism isn't necessary.
And you could do that with so many other subjects. You could do that with environmentalism. Does that make, because... I think you were talking about your mother responding to Greenpeace or something.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make, because Greenpeace did something stupid at one point in the 1970s or 80s or whatever, does that make the entire environmentalist movement bogus? Of course not.
Well, you know what? With my mom, she was very environmentalist, and when she decided not to use the term was the tree spiking. If you remember tree spiking.
Right.
And that was just too much for her, endangering a lumberjack that's just a working man. Yeah, so she'd had enough of that. She's like, well, I'm not a militant that wants people killed for a redwood. I want to save the redwoods, but come on. So that was what was too much for her.
Right, in the same way that, like, something that, I would disagree with the anti-abortion movement, just because some people blow up clinics and harass people at abortion clinics and things of that nature, that does not invalidate what the entire anti-abortion movement is saying.
Right.
Wasn't Greenpeace?
Yeah, well, that was my view.
The whole anti-GMO thing, though, at one point, or still are possibly.
Yeah, the stuff they were doing when she supported them was like when they were getting in between whales and whaling ships and just blocking them and that kind of thing. They would trail whaling ships around and then try to get in the way when they were actually doing the hunting. So, my view definitely was like that. I don't believe tree spike. I think that's evil, and yet it just made me think that was an evil environmentalist, and we have problems in the movement, not, therefore, screw the environment, I'm going to vote for Republicans.
Right, and I think this whole line of discussion pretty much exposes the whole point of view of someone like Sargon and Akkad, which is a very popular point of view, as being pretty ridiculous.
It's popular, unfortunately, and it's also helped by people by certain subgroups that call themselves feminists that may not even be feminists, really. And those are the types of groups you see on Tumblr and Twitter and shit like that.
Yeah, you know what? Exactly. I've totally had to give in. Not that anybody cares, but they should appreciate. Yeah, there's some sanctimonious 20-somethings on Twitter that are annoying, and I consider them a big problem for actual progress, and they're counterproductive to the positions they supposedly hold and all that. But on the other hand, that's not really big news that things that are ardent about something are also a little bit sanctimonious and hard to take, some of them. That's like pretty normal.
Yeah, you get these groups always appear, especially in something as large as feminism, with like dozens and dozens of schools devoted to it, with like multiple waves of it.
Well, when you talk about this kind of ludicrous version of social justice on campuses, isn't that kind of because it's a bunch of college students and that's where they are? They're on campus, so it's like going to a high school and going, look at the sociology here, it's crazy. These kids, who's popular, oh my God. It's like, yeah, that's high school for you. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean, there are problems that need to be addressed, but that's not what's going on. What's going on is let's throw out the entire thing because it's, what a few people say means that the whole thing is invalidated.
Yeah, let's address the issues with feminism. Let's not cast the entirety of like a movement and a philosophy out just because we have people on Tumblr. That's counterproductive and stupid.
Yeah, no. And also it's been going on the whole history of not just feminism but other activist movements that, the feminists when they started and didn't even have the vote were called shrill lesbians and so on. And it hasn't changed since then. So, I'm a little bit new to that particular line of counter-argument.
Like, there were issues when it started because it was really originally about white women. To some degree.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, yeah, the biggest
about white women.
Oh yeah, no. One of the biggest legitimate issues within feminism is absolutely the intersectionality of civil rights, black women versus wealthy women, and it's similar to abolition. The abolitionists wanted slaves to be freed. They didn't want them to sit in the front of the theater, though. They wanted them in the balcony. So they were a bunch of racists saying we should free the slaves in a lot, of cases. Well, what's that supposed to be? Well, that's how people are.
That's what Lincoln was.
They could see they should be. Yeah, exactly. We should free them, but also, good idea. Let's send them back to Africa. It's like that's how people are. They figure out one thing before they figure out the next, and ethically, it looks like hypocrisy, but really, they're progressing, and. That's why Lincoln was a good guy, but yeah, he was not some saint. He wouldn't be a good guy in the modern world. If we had him talking on CNN these days, we'd all think he was crazier than Trump, probably.
Yeah, well, you could say that about a lot of probably most of the
founding fathers.
Thomas Jefferson or anyone,
Right, exactly. No, but it's worth thinking about. It doesn't make them bad people, but it kind of makes us not as bad as we think.
Well, that's the thing. Why do we even have to say, "Oh, you're a bad person"? We don't have to do that. We don't have to make judgments about people to recognize the systematic problems.
Trump sort of defies that. I mean, what's going on with him? He's pretty bad of a person. But anyway.
Well, you can just listen to what the ideas that he espouses and respond to those ideas.
Well, no, that's a good point, too. I was reading in the New Yorker an article pointing out that it's like, look, the problem with Trump isn't his personality and abrasive personality. It's the ideas. If it was just the personality, there wouldn't really be a problem.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Right. The personality just kind of goes hand in hand with it in a way, but
in his case, it definitely goes together. It'd be hard to imagine the Trump personality with like Bernie Sanders' position.
I mean, let's be real though. Let's be real though. There are people who have that type of personality who have like reasonable positions or even likable.
Yeah, it could happen. No, that's true. I do know people like that are pretty much that abrasive or that sexist or that
would be like a great Saturday Night Live sketch or something. Like have the anti-Trump, who talks exactly the same way, but he just says all these wonderful things.
He's like,
it'd be interesting to see. Yeah.
What do you think would happen if Trump ran against Sanders?
Well, Sanders is polling better than Clinton against Trump and has been the whole time.
I think Sanders would win just because there's enough Republicans that will not vote for that guy.
Well, and the independents, it's the battle of the independents. People don't really get, like in the Democratic Party, I mean, that there's independents that will vote for Trump that would vote for Bernie if he was in there. And that like defies people that follow politics are like, what? But they are just looking at who's been taking money for all these years, and they're looking at who's considered the outsider and things like this, where there are Bernie voters that will vote for Trump. There's probably more that won't vote for anybody, but you certainly can't expect them to vote for Hillary.
They'll do it as a protest vote.
Yeah, I think Hillary is still.
There are some Republicans that will vote for Hillary in this election.
Yeah, they will. One woman said she'd rather vote for a Democrat than a racist and a sexist like Trump. I gotta find out where.
Well, and it's not on these liberal things like racism and sexism. I mean, the conservatives have to worry about he has a military isolationist thing going on where he wants to close all of our international bases. He's got an economic isolationist thing where he's been talking about tariffs, and probably that's serious because he's been talking about it the whole time, the tariffs, and charging Ford 30% to build a car in Mexico, which Republican donors don't like. They're the ones that are going down there and building Ford Focus in Mexico or whatever. They don't want that. So there's actually a lot of things that are, even though I'm not a conservative, that are actually fundamental. I mean, he could screw up the world economy with ideas like that.
I mean,
I would assume you guys like his foreign policy.
As far as being an isolationist?
Well, in terms of pulling a lot of U.S. troops out of the world, I assume that's your.
Yeah, but out of Germany, sure. Out of South Korea, are you crazy? And saying the South Koreans don't contribute, they do. They pay for half of that.
So, I just don't take him seriously on that stuff anyway. I don't take him seriously on the trade issue because even if you were able to, just completely throw away decades and decades of trade agreements that have gone forth, that have been brought forth for a long time. Even if you were able to do that, you're still not going to bring the jobs back to the United States. And the reason is because of automation, which we've talked about before. That's happening right now. Some of the jobs are coming back, but they're coming back in much fewer numbers. So a factory that produced 2,000 or 3,000 jobs before is now coming back and producing 270, 300 jobs.
It's with regards to bases and all that kind of stuff. The American government, I think it was the Rand Corporation, did a review, and it estimated that some of the infrastructure in the U.S. could be cut in terms of like training areas, some bases, things of that nature, that is just redundant. So there could be cuts made there, but I wouldn't ever suggest pulling the troops out of, say, Ramstein Air Base and other installations in Europe and so forth. That would be a wise idea. Well, it would save a fuck ton of money.
It's quite obvious that the United States needs to cut defense spending. It's just way too much.
No, it should increase it.
How you figure?
In the reality of the world we live in today, it should be increasing. Again,
even though they spend X times more than their second.
That's an irrelevant topic. That's an irrelevant point to argue.
How's that irrelevant?
The fact that you have Russia, China, North Korea, in particular, these three in particular, that in terms of military tensions is becoming quite high right now. And it would be ill-advised to start cutting the defense budget by any means.
Even though the Pentagon often suggests that?
Well, the Pentagon also delves into the operation fund for projects that it shouldn't. They go into the operational budget, which is for maintaining and so forth, for other projects, startup projects and so forth. And so it's actually whittling away at the actual budget. They have ways around to get. Do you know how they have that cap limit of spending? They have different budgets for different things, and so they often take money out of the operational budget.
Well, what is it that you think where do you think the U.S. should be? Where in their defense budget should they be spending more than they're already spending?
Well, I have to say the Navy's already getting a big cut, but probably increase a little bit, and definitely.
Oh, wait a second. Hold on.
The army.
The defense spending goes up every year.
Yeah, and that should be maintained.
Okay, well
given the situation, the reality of which we live in, which is you have increasing military tensions between actual states, such as Russia, China, and so forth.
Look, the United States can move. They have the ability to put their military wherever they want to in the world at any moment in time.
Yes, but if you look at the experts within the military and analysts outside of it, they're all saying we should be increasing.
It's not as effective.
I don't think that's true. Especially when the Pentagon is not saying that.
Just think it. Look at Benghazi. The U.S. military is not as quick as you think it is. They let Benghazi go, and an ambassador was killed, all on Clinton's hands, by the way. Which I don't hear a lot of complaint about that. I hear a lot of passing about that and forgiveness.
Well, it's no Beirut.
Yeah, these aren't actual nation states with. I
don't think Benghazi has anything to do with how much money the United States is spending.
Yeah.
You were just saying
they're not equivalent to, say, China or North Korea or something.
I was just commenting on when you were saying that the U.S. military can be wherever it wants immediately, but that's not.
Oh, that's
what I'm saying is that anytime there's a conflict.
Well, immediately, not in 24 hours, but in a week.
Right. Anytime that this is unprecedented in world history, that a military has the capability that the United States has, where they can just mobilize so quickly. Do
you know why they can mobilize so quickly? It's because they have military installations worldwide.
Well, that's one of the reasons. That's part and parcel of why. The main reason
is that why you were saying they should we should keep bases in Germany, because we obviously use the German base that way, or to medical evac people, because other than that, why do we have a base in Germany anymore? I mean, it's
because you train. It's part of NATO. So as well as you're having training exercises.
But why not turn the bases over to NATO? Why not just turn the bases over to NATO? Why do we need a U.S. base? Why not have a NATO base? We could still land our planes
what do you
there.
think NATO is? NATO is the organization, correct? But it's made up of all these individual armies. Right. So they are. So Ramstein Air Base is NATO, and it is comprised of German and U.S. forces, but it is still NATO.
I see. So you're saying that those bases already should be
So
considered.
they are. Then
I guess that's truth to that.
they already
Yeah,
are
no, I
NATO.
see what you're saying. Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
yeah, yeah. They're
They're
already
shared.
NATO.
They're in reality shared. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So,
Well, then the argument from a Trump is just, well, why do we pay so much more for them? Basically, they are actually disproportionately. We do whatever we want with those bases and share them with NATO. Why not the other way around? But I see the argument, but I don't think we need bases in Europe. And Japan is a judgment call. South Korea is a no-brainer. We need to stay in South Korea, sadly.
Yeah, that's how America can project its forces so quickly. Is because of
But do we really need to be in Okinawa? Come on, that just creates trouble, and we have all these corruption problems in Okinawa. We don't need that.
Well, sure, if you want to, if there's an area which you can make redundancies, sure.
Yeah.
Saves troops, brings them back to the homeland, or you can relocate them elsewhere, sure. But I wouldn't pull like all of the forces out of say Europe and so forth.
Well, you have to do it case by case.
Very,
it's ridiculous to think in general the whole world is the same situation, and I think that's true. And I say that tending towards, let's work towards withdrawing from everywhere. I like a defensive military personally, but pulling out of South Korea would just not even be humanitarian.
Yeah, that would be.
You can't leave them vulnerable to North Korea, where they're putting all of their money into military.
Exactly, and the same could be said for Europe and Russia.
Well, how can you say it by Europe? What, is Russia going to invade Germany again? Is Germany going to invade someone, which is why the bases are originally there? No, it's not going to happen.
Given the tensions there and the recent Russia expenditures into, say, Ukraine and so forth, you can't rule that out.
Yeah.
I think we could. That doesn't indicate Russian expansion into Europe. That's like saying because we went into Iraq, maybe we're going to attack Mexico.
This is why Europe even requested for more.
Well, then America might attack Canada then, and America might attack Mexico, and America might attack.
No, that's illogical. That's illogical.
Well, by that reasoning,
because Canada and the US and so forth are an alliance. But Russia and other European countries are. There's tensions clearly there.
Because they have a tremendous
ask these again. If you look at NATO,
like oil, for example, crosses that border.
If you look at NATO and the countries that comprise NATO, they're going, America, can we have you here for a second? Because they have general concerns about Russia's capabilities and because they're right next door to them. So you can't say that's not the case when these nations themselves, their military, their government is going, America, help us out here.
Well, I can't say that because those governments were...
I'm sorry. We don't need to, therefore, build more tanks, build more helicopters, build more airplanes that don't fucking work, by the way. We don't. That's the problem. We're spending way too much that we don't really need to spend. We're already by far the most powerful military in the world.
Yeah, kind of.
What do you mean, kind of?
Russia, China, and so forth.
You disagree that we're the most powerful military in the world? Russia.
But you're not going to say you won't stay.
Russia spends a fraction of what the United States spends.
And look at look at their military.
But America is also really overextended.
Destroy Russia.
But wait, a second.
And they know it.
If we concentrated, but we are overextended, we don't have the ability to put all this material on one job.
Then what's the right number? When would you be happy with the U.S. military's expenditures? What's the right number?
You want me to state a number?
I think we should be spending about a tenth of what we do.
You seem to have an opinion on the size of a nation's military, especially a nation which does a lot of peacekeeping and a lot of defensive bases, like you mentioned, South Korea, etc. It seems to me that to know the level of military you need to keep that up would require some kind of expertise that I certainly don't have. But some of you seem to have opinions on what that should be. So tell me, I'd like to know what should be the appropriate level.
Look, I would just be happy if the growth was cut. The percentage of growth was cut. I mean,
Under
that's
Obama,
not even happening.
I'd be happy if
Did Obama grow the military? Not from what I've heard.
What's that?
I haven't heard Obama growing the military.
The military has grown. Military spending grows every year. It's a fact.
Even under the Democrats.
Yes, it's a fact.
So if Bernie Sanders was in, you don't think that he would grow the military?
I don't think he would.
Judging by his policies, he wants to keep the military posture. However, he would make cuts in certain areas. I for one wouldn't suggest he would make total cuts to zero on, say, the nuclear arsenal, but definitely reduce
definitely
it.
not to zero. Yeah, definitely not.
Yeah, but we'll reduce it for sure. Yeah.
He's more practical than that, and also he compromises, so I don't think he's going to do something totally unilateral, but I think he would cut it, and it's not really a fair comparison. I mean, there are people that have played along with the party, and there are people, very few, that haven't, and Bernie you could see his speeches from 10 years ago, or 20 even, disagree or agree, he's been saying the same thing. Evidently the audience has caught up to him because he hasn't changed his message or anything. So I think he's pretty consistent, and he's also fairly practical. I mean, he has written bills and worked with people like Inhofe who are super conservative. So he's not a Kucinich. He has more chance of working with conservatives on things they happen to agree with than Hillary. They're not going to cooperate with her on anything, whether they agree or not.
The Republicans will treat Bernie the same, like as they did Obama. Like whenever he made concessions to them, they still like.
Yeah, that's true. You can't deny that.
Like they're going to be in opposition regardless, because if he becomes president, he is the leader of the Democratic Party at that point. They're not going to just be like, "Oh, you're a nice guy."
Yeah, but you guys, you know what? Personality matters. That asshole Reagan, he was actually, easy to get along with and stuff. Bernie is easier to get along with. You can go in there and talk to a socialist and find out, hey, we both agree on.
So Obama's an asshole?
So, is Obama an asshole and is Bernie?
Oh, that's a different thing. No. No, here's the thing. First of all, Obama is more conservative. They're racists. Obama wanted to cooperate with him, and frankly, here's the other thing. Actually, Hillary is a conservative Democrat, right? The Clintons conservatized the Democratic Party, made it viable in a Reagan era, and frankly, Hillary, she was a Goldwater girl. She would cooperate plenty with the Republicans, but they hate her guts.
Well, if you want military, if you're pro-military and you think that we should increase military spending, then you should be pro-Clinton all the way, because that's what's going to happen.
I'm kind of in favor of her. I'm against some of the policies, but
wait. If Obama is more conservative, why would they work with him less than they would Bernie?
Because he's black.
Racism. I think it's racism.
Yeah, okay, it is It is partially racism.
And by the time he was elected,
my country back.
Wait.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, I'll let you finish.
It is partial racism, but they fought Clinton hard too. They fought Bill hard.
But they did work with him. They made these deals like welfare reform where they're like, we'll blame part on him. They pretended in the press not to cooperate, but they did cooperate. They did cooperate with him. And frankly, you know what? History might show that Obama tricked them into cooperating more than they intended. I mean, he's got his health care. They're all half measures, but he got a lot through. So who knows? Hillary, I think, is going to suffer the same kind of thing where whether they agree with her or not, they're going to give a lot of pushback. That's just the way the Republicans are. They kind of did do the same thing with Bill Clinton, but it's gotten worse is what I'm saying. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. To bring up that whole point, I mean, they have to worry they might not even have a majority in the House.
Well, that's the funny
all this
thing.
craziness.
all the insiders are talking about this. It hasn't really hit the CNNs yet so much, but Trump, even if he wins, he's going to cause a lot of Republicans to lose, right? So even if some miracle Hillary gets indicted or whatever, he makes her look like a fool, and he got elected, it's the writing's on the wall. A lot of Republicans are not going to know how to navigate this weird rhetoric that is required, and there is a good chance that in this election, I think the Democrats, probably 2 years from now, would get control, because the whole what they call the down ticket races, it's hard to figure out how am I going to distance myself from my party's presidential candidate and not look like a traitor, or if I don't do that, look like a Trumpite. It's going to be bad for them, and they're going to lose some. They're going to definitely lose some because of that, because, right, even if there's a way to play that rhetoric and win your election, they're not all going to get that. This is a big game change up for them. They're not going to get the kind of rhetoric they need to, solidify, and they're going to find independents going to the Democrat in that state. And, this is a thing that's good about the American political system, is that there are some natural things that cause reactions. You could win the presidency, and in America, you're probably in the process of losing the Congress at the same time. I mean, Americans have some sort of, they'll do that. They'll split their vote. Usually it's split, right? The Congress and the presidency in my life is always split, except for a little 2 years of accidental, control. So, I do think though, Bernie, because of the personality and his honesty to try to work on things that you can work on, I think he would actually accomplish something with Republicans that really no other Democrat could or would even try.
Based on him having a nice personality, why would they put aside their politics and all of this shit?
No, Kalins, they don't. They don't. Like, for example, you could look this up. I'll reference you to, but like, he's friends with James Inhofe, who's very conservative. The fact is, I have agreements with conservative people, like on this or that, or we should do land tax instead of this tax, or let's lower that tax and raise that tax. Hey, let's start a park. We both believe in the national park system, or there's things that you just, like, you can have an extreme conservative when you go talk to them. Well, it's like they hate abortion, but yeah, they want to save the ducks, and you can make agreements. And he has done that in his years in the Congress. And the personality is just a part of that. So he's actually considers himself friends with Inhofe, but they're extremely politically different. It just happens to be that, come on, we all have politically different people, relatives, and we have things we agree on, And he's able to do that. He's able to say, no, or guns, for example. He's from Vermont, and he's not as anti-gun as most of these liberals, and so.
Yeah, agree.
Maybe you disagree with him, but he's able to go across party lines and go, guess what? We agree on this topic, ABC.
Okay, and that's great, but Obama has made deals with Republicans as well. So, like, I just think it's like a little bit naive to sit here and say that Bernie's a really great guy, and he,
I'm back.
like, yeah, he may be a nice.
I gotta come down and I
plead guilty.
Because the Republican Party has really become like an obstructionist. That's like all they have now. Like they policy gone through in the last 10 or so years. Like you got nothing.
They've publicly stated that they would block and deny anything Obama wanted to push through.
Yeah, no, especially after they took over. Yeah, it was funny. But, well, here's the thing I would say about that. One, Obama might have been doing some six-dimensional chess. I mean, even just normalizing relationships with Cuba and starting that with Iran.
I like that. Six-dimensional chess.
Yeah, no, because that's what, the Democratic Party insiders are always telling us that when the liberals are compromising and stabbing us progressives in the back, it's really six-dimensional chess. But maybe Obama had done that. He's accomplished some things. So, I think maybe his willingness to compromise. I mean, compared to the Clintons, compared to Bill Clinton, a lot of his compromises, they were true compromises. They were like, let's do the Republican idea. Obama,
Yeah.
maybe the same thing. I mean, we got Romney Care. That was a Republican idea. Maybe it's the best that Democrats could do. I'm just happy that there's enough kids or young people, I'm old enough to call them kids, that they want someone like Bernie, because Bernie is not just like, hey, he's all right. I like his ideas. I approve. He thinks the things I thought. No, I'm at the point where Bernie's smarter than me, and if Bernie says there's a good idea, that you should point your finger in the air, whatever, I'm kind of like, I'm going to consider that. I think he is really, really savvy and has learned a lot of things over the years. Practical things, non-ideology. He's no Dennis Kucinich, right? I didn't like Dennis Kucinich. I hated that as my liberal representative.
I can fully agree with that position.
I don't know.
I can fully agree with
sorry,
that.
I was going to just say, I don't.
Work it out, you
I always
guys. Work it
thought
out.
Dennis Kucinich looked like. I always thought Dennis Kucinich looked like Gollum, really bad wig.
Everybody thinks that. That's a fact, as a matter of fact. I think we consider that a fact.
I thought Lindsey Graham looked like Gollum. No, he looks like a mummy. Never mind.
Yeah.
I think Lindsey Graham is a closeted homosexual.
I'll say that.
I think everybody agrees with that. That's pretty much for sure true. And he's also kind of like, he's definitely like, what is he? He's like your aunt in drag or something. He's
wait. There's
hard not to like him as a liberal, as a transgender.
Going on in the side chat here.
Like him. What?
There's an awesome I'm reading this.
When I was this too.
When I was first
he batted way out of his fucking league.
I always thought he was like Ron Paul of the left in terms of his, like the youth vote. Like Ron Paul had a lot of the youth vote when he was running, 2000, whenever it was. And then the military too, because Ron Paul was, I guess, a kind of isolationist. And so he had the military vote, which was
isn't the Ron Paul the
really strange because usually the military are
Republican.
So that was very strange. That was definitely not an establishment.
Hey, have you guys heard about, I'm in Maine, right? Have you guys heard, my wife just told me, have you heard about, the superdelegate situation, Maine's state convention? They're trying to get rid of superdelegates. They're like, screw it, we're not going to do the superdelegates, and they give those delegates away proportionally. We just did it.
Yeah.
So that's a Bernie thing, right? Because theoretically, he has a lot of those to pick up in California. Now, if everybody does it, he'll be screwed. But if just the big states do it that he won, just the states that he won do it.
Keep dreaming, man.
But,
go Maine! Sorry, go ahead.
I always thought Ralph Nader was the Ron Paul of the left.
He's another jerk. I hate Ralph Nader way more even than Kucinich. I hate airbags, as a matter of fact. I hate airbags.
Why do you hate airbags?
Because they decapitate children.
Airbags.
They decapitate children.
Yeah.
Terrifying.
Airbags are the perfect evil in the world.
I sit in a car.
You save a drunk driver. An airbag is a device designed to save a drunk driver driving straight into a tree at 60 miles an hour and decapitate a 2-year-old in the car waiting with his brother.
Well, 2-year-olds are not supposed to be in the front seat, Piero.
Oh, I guess why? Yeah, when was that invented? Oh, wait a second. I was alive before airbags when you could be in the front seat. That's another thing. Great.
An airbag saved my life, so fuck you.
Put little kids in the front
your
seat,
life doesn't matter.
I will say this.
You know what? A seatbelt saved my life. You know what? I'm being facetious. It's good it saved your life, and you probably weren't drunk, right?
I was not. No. I was
not.
Well,
then you deserve to live.
In fact, some asshole left an object in the road, and I tried to miss it.
But in all seriousness, kids in parking lots have been decapitated. So this is our safety devices. My life was saved by a seatbelt, right? And I didn't wear the seatbelt until California passed a law that I had to, and then I got in this hit and run by a semi, and I'm pretty glad I was wearing my seatbelt. I found that ironic as a libertarian at the time, but that doesn't mean that you know, all the trade-offs are good, because like a seatbelt, the trade-off is it's a little less comfortable at first
Yeah,
when you're
but
used to
look,
wearing one.
Nader, you can't
But
deny what Nader did. I mean, he did a good thing by getting the seat belts in the car, improving the safety standards.
no, I do
Well,
agree with
hold.
that.
For
I do
America,
agree with that.
isn't it?
It is
So,
funny.
are you telling me in America it's not nationwide that you must wear seatbelts?
Is it now?
Is now.
I think it is. Yeah.
America's retarded.
Well, look, let me just put it this
Welcome
way.
to the
My
party.
whole life,
It's
the car. When I was a kid, cars
it's
didn't
not
even
a
have to
federal
have
thing, though.
seatbelts. Cars didn't have
Oh
to
yeah,
have
I've driven.
seatbelts.
I remember.
In the 80s, they started making laws like in states like California and New York, liberal states, that you had to wear seatbelts. As far as I know, everywhere has passed the seatbelt law now, where you can get a ticket, a minor ticket, for not wearing it.
Yeah, like that's pretty much it. Like it's nationwide because pretty much every state's like, yeah, like everybody should at least
Well,
wear
see, look,
seatbelts.
like,
They're there. You should do it.
my tendency is against helmet laws,
It
against
varies
seatbelt
though,
laws,
because like
against those things. But then again, I'd also be hard on the in the hospital room. I'd be like, well, were you wearing your seatbelt? Okay, good. We're gonna do surgery. You weren't? All right. Good luck. I would be harsh, and that's not what people can do. And basically, if you're gonna pay for the people that are mashed up after an accident as a society, you also get to say wear seatbelts as long as you can scientifically show it costs less to save the people afterwards, which it obviously does. But then that argument I don't like with airbags, because I think it's also a matter of whose life are you trading for who. You know, like the trolley ethics thing. It's like, if you could kill one child and save 10 adults that are worthless and don't do anything and they're jerks and their own family doesn't like them.
10 happy happy.
What?
I don't think
airbags are like airbags.
You didn't just say
Let's be
happy
honest here and call airbags what they are.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? I
That's
think
the
I just
secret
heard the
word.
word happy cabbie, maybe from my subconscious. So could we we're all old timers, YouTube old timers. So boring dispatcher,
He's dead.
may he rest in peace, and versus the happy cabbie. I think that's an interesting. Anyway,
A lot of people
It's kind of weird that
from what I remember.
boring dispatcher.
not before he died.
A lot of people liked him.
He's a
He died.
superhero.
People fucking hated his guts.
Oh!
think
People
I
hated
loved
Born Dispatcher's guts before he died.
Oh yeah, because they were
But like
jerk-offs.
when he died, a lot of
I
people.
didn't.
He went like I forget what, like, there was like some weird Born Dispatcher before he died, and like he kind of alienated like a lot of people.
Well, he had a couple of
But
these
then when he died,
girlfriends.
everybody.
He had a couple
yeah,
online
that was
girlfriends, right? But he was just like his own self, very honest about his stuff and his mistakes and stuff. And then he had some drama, and she badmouthed him and various things like that. He had a battle, a ponage kind of thing back and forth with Hardcase. And after he died, I was like, the Hardcase, I'm like, you know, at least you can admit boring dispatcher pwned you. And that jerk was like, no, I pwned him to death. And it's like, no, you didn't. You called him fat. What I loved about the boring dispatcher is when people would try to attack him and like, you're fat. Boring dispatcher was like, I kind of saw that coming. You know, he's like, it was totally unfazed. I love the boring dispatcher. May he rest in peace. He's the hero of the YouTubes. He was the main YouTubes ever, and even had that viral video. Plus, he was one of the first doxed people. He got doxed, and people called his boss and stuff, trying to get him fired. And they're like, we know Roger. Yeah, he's doing his job. We let him use the video camera at night. Shut up. Nobody else wants to stay up all night. Oh, I love that.
Cool
It was sad.
We're cool with this.
I've never seen a boring dispatcher video, or even seen what he like. I don't even know what he looks like.
Well, they're archived. I just
I don't
recently
know.
did a search. He's up there. If you go boring dispatcher, you'll get some archives mirrors.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Bureau.
But there's a lot of people who don't think Happy Cabby's dead, and like I really hope that's true. I really hope
wait.
Tom Sawyer.
Wait, Happy Cabby's dead?
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No.
I thought that's why you were like Born Dispatcher versus Happy Cabby.
No, I wouldn't have done that about a dead person. I mean, and I followed Happy Cabby, but I haven't seen anything for a couple months. Last I saw was just a couple videos. He's so sporadic now, and I can miss his videos. So
yeah, he died apparently, but
from what? Just he
had
a
I kind of hope.
His sister said he died.
Yeah, apparently that's what finally killed him.
Wait, he had a disease way back that I saw on the tip of my tongue what it was.
Cirrhosis.
Cirrhosis.
Yeah, cirrhosis of the liver, yeah.
So that took finally, yeah, it can be slow. Wow, no, I didn't know that. Because I followed all of that. Another internet thing I find very interesting, and you know, I'm waiting before I die for the documentarians to come along and find like all of Corky Bravo's videos and make a documentary, a proper documentary, maybe find some behind the scenes stuff.
Do you know things about?
Oh God, I want somebody to make.
So
I was actually thinking of this the other day. I want to make like an Amendum documentary and like have like the teaser trailer for it be like the cold opening for Conan with like the old agent dude talking. It's like there is a beast, so its name can only be described as the place it lives in Mindham.
Yeah, who's muting
and
Eddie?
Then, like, it ends with like you fuck.
Looks like there's an auto mute or something.
Yeah, he's being automatically muted by something.
Huh.
Oh, I got. Yeah, that happens.
Get him to refresh.
Well, that explains why it unmutes whenever you say something. So I guess it doesn't matter.
Happens.
Yeah, no, I think that's true. I think Gary is one, and think about when those
the Mexican new headset.
Remember when Soup Excellency and Naomi went up there and stuff? There's plenty of fodder for an hour and a half documentary in Mindham as well. But I think that Corky is a real one because homeless randoid gets involved with real estate crime, which I heard about from John Paul Dorn like 2 years before he ends up going to jail for it.
Whatever happened to him?
John Paul Dorn. Where did he go?
I cured him of trolling, and he had no reason to be on the internet. Last I heard, he's writing a book and stuff, and he got bored with trolling, but he's still around there. He did, after he was off the internet, he sent me this stuff about, I'm really worried about Peace in Christ alone. He was still a little bit of a sympathy troll to the end in his real self, and but he really was worried, and it was true. He's like, Peace in Christ alone seems to be in a real estate scam with Corky and taking advantage of him. And then there's that other YouTuber I didn't watch much that's kind of this crazy guy that also got involved with Peace in Christ alone. And sure enough, you know what they were doing, right? They were finding abandoned houses. You send a homeless person like Corky in to squat it for 6 months. Then they go to the court lying and saying they've been there 6 years. There's still squatting laws. You take it over and then sell it. And, of course, it's fraud because they didn't actually follow the rules and they sign their name to I lived there 6 years.
I'm going to say, even though that's a good scam, I like that scam. Just shitty abandoned houses along the side of the road, and I'm like, why doesn't somebody just tear down these things?
No, I agree. You know what? I support squatting, so I agree. The really nefarious part is the actualities of it and the fact that he's using people like Corky to shield himself legally. But they were doing it in Compton. These houses are really abandoned. And frankly, I do think there is a grain of legitimacy in they brought them back into the system, right? So it's a weird thing. On the other hand, we're talking about peace in Christ alone. You remember him from back when he wasn't part of this kind of drama. He was one of the Christian arguing with Thunderfoot kind of dudes. It's a long story. We've got a weird story here, you guys, if you think about it. It's worthy of telling a couple times. We haven't even gotten into Brett Keane.
If we're going to do an entire document, yeah, honestly, thinking about it, it shouldn't just be like one documentary about a specific person. It should be like a Ken Burns-esque, like 7-part series.
Yeah, it needs to be like that. The Jinx, that one about that guy on. We need an HBO documentary, 10 episodes, right?
Would Brett Keane be the ultimate role? Would he be the final thing to document?
No, he would start out for me just because when I got on YouTube and saw, oh my God, there's atheism here. He was like the atheist. He was the atheist. He was the big atheist. He had written a book, and you'd think he was an author before he was on YouTube. He had a little illusion going, and it was funny how it all fell apart.
Really?
Like a lot of people were still kind of new to the internet, so they didn't know. Like you could easily just
create that illusion. Self-publish it
on fucking Lulu.
Well, no, but that's the whole point. It was new enough that it.
But you just watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if he could have played it better, if he wasn't Brett Keane, he had successfully made a successful illusion where he could have been one of the YouTubers that's being interviewed on Fox News or something, especially after he converted back to being a Christian. But he blew all of that. It's just it was an interesting thing back then. Because the other thing I remember is I was watching The Amazing Atheist when he had no subscribers. And I thought, he's kind of interesting. I like these rants. And he's literally in the garage of his parents' house. And I'm like, people will never listen to this, though, because people are bigoted. They don't like losers like this. If you're making videos from your parents' garage, nobody's going to what? Popularity. I thought the same thing about Amendham. I'm like, oh, I like this guy. It's Peter Frampton hair, and he says whatever he wants. Nobody in the world's going to ever listen to this, but that's what the internet's for. So people like me could listen to guys like this, and, nobody's going to ever take it serious. It's funny that I was really happy, actually, that, because I'm not a big Amazing Atheist fan. I know you guys are friends. But I'm also not an anti-fan, and I do think it's good that someone like him has gotten, well, you have been, whatever. I think it's good.
Actually talked to him today.
Oh, really? Okay, my bad then. But anyway, let me just finish. Let me just finish. I'm not a big fan of his message or anything, but I'm glad that the Amazing Atheist has been able to make the internet into a platform and have a voice. So, but I was surprised, because I thought people would just immediately go, oh, loser, you're overweight or something, and you're in your dad's house, and you're this and that. And really, no, they're like, you're entertaining to listen to your version of the things that I think about, and that's good enough. And that's the good thing about YouTube. And now we've lost it, because what do we have now? PewDiePie, and we don't have anything that you can hate but respect that it's unique. We got Tobuscus or something,
Oh, Total Biscuit.
It's become a lot more clean, and it's become more of a problem.
Yeah, not even clean, though, but this kind of sanitized like a porta potty.
Yeah, probably polished, I would say, probably a clean thing.
Yeah, a kind of polish, yeah, for sure.
Well, there's plenty of channels that are doing things that are interesting, but...
Yeah. Well, no, that's true, too. Yeah, we're just talking about the peak. But the peak viewers, where it's going. But you're right, that's why. I still watch...
Here's the thing, you can watch The
Amazing Atheist. And when I first started watching him, I didn't... He was literally the first person who ranted and was an atheist on YouTube, 2006. I mainly watched Mystery Science Theater 3000 episodes on YouTube. And then one day there's just this video on my side. He's funny. He reminds me of me. And then I started watching him,
That mute function is fucking.
But like
up.
now, that's like, oh.
Yeah, it's fucking up your ability.
Oh wait,
I guess it happens when
I'm having a thing here where I'll be back in a second.
Alright. Basically, what I was getting at, like, it's a lot harder because, like, rhythm.
A lot of it's like rhythm.
Yeah, it's the algorithm.
Yeah, the algorithm
is some smaller channels now.
Yeah, it's fucked the smaller channels, so now it's hard as fuck to even get to get seen.
Exactly. Yeah.
I was lucky when I came in probably at the last.
I really hate
2009, and that was like probably the last time.
I really hate that though, because like now we're dependent on places like Reddit in order to be seen and to make an audience, or just fuck it, do whatever you have to do now.
Yeah, and I hate it because
you can't just do YouTube.
The recommended folder is going to be crap, you know. Even if you I get all kinds of stupid stuff in the recommended folder just because.
Matt gets Mr. Rup. Oh, well, funny thing, Napalm, Matt tried to avoid Mr. Rupsion, but he could. How long have you tried to avoid Mr. Rupsion, Matt?
I don't know, like probably
2 years, right?
Because everybody was like, "Oh, I hate this Mr. Rupsion. You should watch his videos." Why?
I cannot.
It's like because you always rant about shit.
Like he'll relate
to you, a little performing monkey. No, I don't relate to him. Like, yeah, he's a geek. He likes Deadpool. So the fuck what?
You both like comic books.
Marilyn Manson.
And you both
do you think if not Marilyn Manson? Do you think, Caleb? Do you think if Charles Manson's favorite character was Captain, like soulmates, me and him? He knows what's up. Captain America.
But he likes the things you like. There you go. He rants like you. There you go. Maybe you are soulmates. There you go.
Kim Jong-il likes movies, Felix. He kidnapped some Japanese people to produce a kaiju movie for him. I would probably do that if I were who ran his own country. I don't know how rich Kim Jong-un is. You know, but like, if I was an insane dictator of a nation, yeah, I'd probably fucking kidnap. You make a movie for me now.
All I'm saying is I don't see why you would reject Mr. Rupsion when clearly you two could be friends. That's all I'm saying.
I watch crap that I don't. I'm gonna hate that. I don't like. I do enough of that with the shitty fucker. Or like fucking a boyfriend and girlfriend arguing in public. Like I said, I'd help you later. It's like doing this fucking now.
This is more or less for the fact that you made me watch that god awful shit Friday. Last Friday.
Fuck you, like that Korean that Korean knockoff hack job is awesome, and you know it. You're fucking weak if that shit hurt you.
You know what? That's fine. That's why I'll just continue to like bombard you with bullshit. Also, there's a fucking. Also, what are you guys? Are you guys still arguing about military shit?
Yes, we are.
To fill some.
Alright, yeah, let's go back to that. Sorry to be
I'm hungry.
So that,
I'm gonna have something to go while we're arguing it then. Oh fuck! My back is sore.
Here so we can fill the air since.
Oh fuck!
Wait, is nothing being discussed?
Hmm.
Yeah, so nothing's being discussed, so just.
No, you want to start one?
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know. Monsanta. What do you want me to call you? Oh, he's muted himself. Alright.
Well, like, what were you guys? Yeah, he's coming back.
Yeah, he'll be back in a minute.
Discuss it here since, nothing's happened.
Yeah. Apparently, like, Artist keeps referencing something Andrew said, but I'm not sure what you're. Okay,
I think it was Andrew, mate.
What do you want me to call you?
Just say MMA. I don't know.
Okay, MMA will work.
I call him the martial artist. I think that's pretty good.
It's not because I do MMA. I have done a lot of other martial arts, and so I said, well, technically that fits into MMA, but I don't do the sport. I find the sport pointless.
I have a couple questions. We could even. I'm kind of curious about MMA, but okay, you guys were talking about something. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, with regards to this piece, so the one we were discussing was the United States spends more than the next 7 countries combined, right? And you kept bringing up this part about how you can logically, from that, conclude that it's fine to spend more because, if due to tensions in other countries, you can end up having issues arise. Therefore, it's not a bad thing to be secure across the country. And if he had argued that, that would be fine. But he's not. He didn't argue that in the piece.
The argument, it goes through several things, right? And the first one is talking about how, with the failed argument, that the United States spends more than the next several countries or whatever it is. And then it says, well, you also spend more than the next several countries in, say, healthcare and so forth. So, but, you still need to improve on the healthcare system.
7 countries, not several, but go on.
Well, is it actually just 7 countries? Several is just saying, however many it is, more than 3 or whatever it is. So several, it's 6,
okay.
10,
I mean, if you want to replace it and not go with what he's actually saying, but whatever, go on.
If the actual number is 7, then I'll use 7, but I don't know. So I'll use several. So if it's several countries that it has more money in, then so be it. The tensions now are increasing dramatically between Russia, China, and so forth, and they're increasing their military expenditure and being aggressive towards the US, and so logically follows that you're not going to want to cut your defense thingo. Also then referenced a while ago.
Right, you understand how it
I don't
doesn't
think
make
that follows
sense to keep bringing something
I don't
up
think that follows
in
at all.
defense of something if it's not mentioned in the piece. That doesn't make any sense. You can't.
The use of our military created a lot of animosity. So, on the other hand, it's also a false statistic because the United States is a fairly big country compared to like European countries, and we're 3rd in terms of per capita. Now, the 2 countries ahead of us, it's because they're buying weapons from us. It's part of the system that we have them buy weapons. We give them money to buy weapons from us. So Saudi Arabia and Israel are ahead of us. But, come on, we're spending like some huge amount more than Russia now. And everybody between us and Russia and Canada are out.
Nowhere near. Russia is
allies.
USA, yeah.
Yeah, no.
Per capita, Russia is nowhere near the USA. Everybody between the USA and Russia and Israel and Saudi Arabia are allies of ours, well,
it's not just per capita; it's period.
No, but I'm saying
in
per
terms
capita
of
is a fair
dollars.
Study. But per capita is a fair.
Yeah, I'm fine with
probably
going
be
per
much
capita
worse per
or the
capita.
amount we spend. Either way,
I'm telling you, I'm at the Wikipedia site. If you list by per capita, then we're 3rd. You got Saudi Arabia is 1st. You got Israel. Then you got us. We sell the arms to those first 2 countries that they're buying. So United States is part of that industry. Then you go down Australia, United Kingdom, France, South Korea, Iraq, Germany, Taiwan, Canada, all places we're involved with. Then you get to Russia. Then you start on our allies again, Italy, Japan. So it's like it's a ridiculous amount of money that we're... Now, if you want to say total spending, not per capita, that is important in another way. And then you got, I guess that's the one you were talking about, right? So in terms of total
We were
spending.
talking in terms of total spending. That's what the article mentioned. So
Yeah. Well, but that's weird. So China comes in second in total spending, and yet per capita, nowhere near that. Per capita, I don't even know. They're not even on the first. They're 20.
yeah, I mean, like, if this guy wanted to argue from the point of view that, I don't know, the person arguing this should be arguing from a point of view of per capita rather than total spending, well, that would be fine. But he doesn't even do that. What he argues in the piece, I find to be ridiculous.
I'll link the piece in question, by the way. It's right here.
It's been linked in chat.
Well, we were talking about this earlier. I mean, I think the end point is we could easily cut our spending spend a fourth of what we spend and be fine. I think we could spend a tenth of it.
The article linked is just apologetics. That's
well, it was a counter to Andrew's claim. I think it was Andrew that's saying that just because the US spends more than the next several countries, that means that we could the budget could be cut. It doesn't follow.
No, so if I say the United States spends more than the next 7 countries combined, why do you think I would be saying that?
Well, that's the case.
Well, the government.
No, that doesn't answer the question. Why do you think that someone would say something like that? Why?
Because the US is spending more than the next several.
We're spending too much, is what it would mean.
Yeah. So
not necessarily.
It tends to follow from that.
Well, that's what
not
it's
necessarily at all.
Yeah, so what tends to follow, right? What anybody that would hear that would think, right, is that when you say something like that, right, that the person is arguing that we are spending unnecessary amounts of money. Are you?
Who said it's unnecessary?
Are you saying that someone that would argue that?
Who said it's unnecessary?
Making that argument.
I don't think you'll find anyone who's of sound mind who would say it's unnecessary spending.
What?
That doesn't matter because I'm asking you, the person that makes the argument, the United States spends more than the next 7 countries combined. If someone makes that argument, do you think they're making that argument from the point of view that the money that is being spent far more than these other countries is because of
I think it's
unnecessary spending?
Yeah. For them, yes.
Right. Okay. So don't you think, since that is what is clearly being argued from the person that is making this argument, that the counter argument should be countering that position?
Are you going to finish the sentence?
No, that's the question. Don't you think that the person should be in this piece arguing against that position, if that is
the article, the author here is arguing against that position, right? And is saying that, for example, if you look at, say, healthcare, the US spends more than several other countries.
Yeah, and so then when someone just simply argue, well, the United States also spends way too much on healthcare, wouldn't that be what someone would follow up with?
Yeah, following their logic, yes. The person arguing against
do you understand how this is a terrible argument against it?
The article
is. I think I was
the article
is terrible. Like, the defense against spending too much is we spend too much elsewhere. Like,
it shows the flaw in that argument.
No, it doesn't. How?
Yes, it does, inherently.
How?
So just because you spend X amount more than several other countries, does that mean it should be cut? No. Again, if you look at healthcare, does that mean healthcare should be cut?
Yes, if it's unnecessary. Okay, if someone... Okay, we already established.
Who says it's unnecessary? One of those people who say
already know that
you have to make a case that the extra spending is unnecessary, and I haven't heard that case made.
But there is a natural case of, let's go with the healthcare for a second. If we're spending all that money and we don't have a longer lifespan and stuff, that's a pretty good hint that maybe you're spending your money wrong. So with the military example, it's the same thing. We're going to have spent like $2-3 trillion in these Middle East wars in the last, it'll be 20 years by then. And I see increased animosity and increased instability and no real benefit to the United States. So naturally, I think that was wasted money, and that's evidence of wasted money.
That the operations budget is only a small fraction of the overall defense budget.
He doesn't argue that in the piece. He doesn't argue anything about that. You're defending the piece, so please stick to defending the piece.
No, but he gave an example of according to him, wasteless spending. And I said, well, that's coming out of the operations budget, not the entire fucking military defense budget. They have different budgets within it. And that's a clear distinction I think everyone here is lacking.
Well, first off,
if you had a grasp of how the defense budget works in the first place, that would be noted.
He makes that argument above this, and so I'm not entirely sure how you're going to say that this is, I don't know.
So you have the operations budget, which deals with arguing
here,
and then you have, say, R&D budgets, which goes elsewhere. But the overall budget, all of them together, isn't, I wouldn't say is wasted at all.
Does he make that argument in this section here?
In this,
or in this particular section, which is the section we're discussing, does he argue that it's okay because we end up spending a bunch more on healthcare? Is that
that's the argument he makes? And that's
what you're saying that he's arguing in the section, which he's not arguing.
Well, I think
are you just pulling things around and shoving them in parts of the article where they don't belong? Because
under the subtitle, the United States spends more than the next several countries, then the next thing it fucking follows is talking about healthcare. That's the argument he makes.
Yes. Well, you brought up the thing about how we end up spending a bunch in comparison. You compared the amount we spend on healthcare to...
That's because it's coming out of the article, yeah.
No, he's not comparing the amount we spend on healthcare to the amount we spend on the United States military.
Statistically true, but not particularly helpful. The United States also spends more on healthcare than the next 9 countries combined. In 2012, Americans accounted for about 1/3 of the world's total spending.
Because of our stupid healthcare.
So are you saying that he's comparing healthcare and military spending here? Because he's not. I mean,
no,
I don't.
He's saying, look,
Are you dumb? Read the fucking thing.
Look, I've skimmed it, and it's obvious he's saying that we're a rich country. So just saying we spend more doesn't really. Yeah, we spend. On the other hand, that's not really the message I get. We waste money on healthcare, and we should be spending less. It is an indication there's a problem there. Just being rich. When you say what we're rich, well, that makes sense when you're talking about he says we spend 1/3 of the world's entertainment money. That makes sense. That's something rich people could say, yeah, because I'm rich. Yeah. But spending more and not living as long is not a good reason to spend more.
There's things you can do. Yeah, there's things you can do to the budget. Say, for example, before I said that you could, some of the infrastructure within America alone, you could cut, I think it was estimated about 30% of American infrastructure with defense and so forth that are redundant. And that would save money, and that can be put elsewhere. It wouldn't overall. So that would be a case of wasted money, right? It's pointless because those facilities or something is redundant. But you'd be allocating them that saved money elsewhere, but that's still not lowering the overall budget. So yes, you can spend it more wisely, but you're still not necessarily lowering the budget.
Well, hold on.
I find it silly how you actually think this is a comparison. He's clearly stating, and if you actually take the time to have read the entire paragraph, you had realized that what he's arguing is that America is a big, rich country. He literally says that in the piece, and that
I agree.
That we can afford these sorts of things, and it's not a problem that we're spending all too much money. The argument here is not a comparison between the amount we spend on healthcare and the amount we spend on military.
He did it as a fucking comparison. Literally in the second sentence. Are you just that thick?
Well, okay, first off, military and healthcare.
It's compare the argument
so
that
that's just
the
absurd. And
so
secondly,
it's again because you're too thick-headed. It's a counter to the argument.
Well, you
the United
just said them in the
States
same
spends more
sentence.
than the next several countries combined.
Factually incorrect, or you can answer the question.
Are you fucking thick? It's in the next it's in the second sentence.
You said in the same sentence, and now you're saying in the next sentence.
That was reading the title,
you sentence either, because
Look, again,
listen. Let me read the next sentence after that.
Listen, the United States spends more than the next several countries combined.
Americans accounted for 1/3 of the world's total spending on entertainment.
Fucking no. Vastly, you're too thick-headed for this complex topic. Statistically true, but not particularly helpful. The United States also spends more on healthcare than the next other countries combined. In 2012, Americans accounted for the entertainment, right? 1/3. We're a big enough country, rich enough, and so on and so forth. And so more important, the trend in defense spending is the same data set paid to the US spending at more than the next several countries. So
don't mute the guy you're arguing with. That's not cool.
Because he's too thick-headed to understand what I'm saying.
I don't think that's the case.
The article is clearly following, right? You just have to read it.
Clearly end up saying two things inaccurate. You said that military is in the first sentence, and then you say it's in the sentence after that. Perhaps you misheard me, and so there's
where does the full stop? What does the full stop indicate? In the next sentence, following that subheading, it says in the next sentence, the United States also spends more on healthcare than the next several countries combined. Full stop. That's the second sentence. I said that.
Well, yeah, that's the second sentence.
Good. You're following. Did you pass year 12 English?
Do you understand
That's exactly what I
arguing?
said.
How about you make my argument for me, and then we'll see if you end up knowing what I'm saying.
I can't because you're not making any logical sense.
Oh my God.
You're babbling buffoon.
That's a convenient
so what I'm saying, since I'll repeat myself, right? What I'm saying here is that it's not making a comparison, and I keep asking you to explain how it is making a comparison. I've asked you to do that multiple times.
Following the second sentence. The United States also spends
reading
more
the sentence doesn't explain how it's a comparison.
Combined. That's comparing the healthcare budget to the military budget, is it not?
No, it's not.
The United States also spends more on healthcare.
I would argue
than the
that's
next
a
several countries
self-defeating argument.
It's not.
It absolutely is, because everyone knows that the healthcare system in the United States is the most inefficient bunch of bullshit.
So you make it more efficient, but you're not lowering the budget.
So the reason why he puts the word "also" in there is because he's tying it into the argument he's making below. And I'll repeat myself. So where he says we are a big, rich country, the argument he's making here is that we also spend more on healthcare. And so it's not an issue that we spend a lot of money on healthcare and the military because we're a big, rich country. Do you not understand that that's what he's saying here? He's not making a comparison between the two and then arguing from that. He's saying that we do one thing and we do the other. And therefore, and this is where the argument really makes its full stop, is it says we are a big, rich country. That is what he's arguing. And I've asked you multiple times to explain how it's a comparison, and every single time you've read the sentence.
I'm just not following. So the big nation, right? Big budgets, good, right? But it's how efficiently you can do it. Again, you can make the defense budget more efficient, but that doesn't equate to cutting it. Then with healthcare, same with healthcare. You said, and everyone goes, "Hold on, are you just that inept?" Again, you can, like I said before.
Are you going to stick to your original argument? Does it make a comparison or not?
The American, so the infrastructure within America, they could cut about 30% of the defense infrastructure. That means that you're selling up the land because those are deemed redundant. So they're inefficient. You're saving that money and you can allocate it elsewhere. The overall budget's the exact same, but now you've just allocated that budget elsewhere because you've reduced, 30% of the infrastructure because it was deemed redundant. So the budget's still the same, but you've made it more efficient. You can make it more efficient, same with the healthcare. You can make it more efficient to be better because, yes, we all agree the healthcare needs improving, but the budget still remains the same.
Your military to be the most powerful military in the world and still make it, and make it more efficient. Why would you need to increase the power of the military?
All right, well, it seems to be clear at this point that you don't know what the word compare means because you can't clearly give a definition of it and explain how this sentence that you're claiming is a comparison.
It's basically comparing and contrasting the
all you're
healthcare.
Do, read a sentence, say it's a comparison.
Oh my god, I've never come across someone so inept.
Reading comprehension. What you're arguing.
Reading comprehension skills come into play here, and you're clearly lacking. So again, the sentence again, quote for fucking Batum, shall we?
Yeah, what's
statistically true, but not particularly helpful. The United States, and it's under that subtitle, the United States also spends more on healthcare than the next several countries combined. As a clear counter-argument to the argument made by, say, Andrew and so forth, the United States spends more than the next several countries combined. Do you not process this? And yes, because the U.S. is very rich and wealthy and so forth.
You just did what he said you were going to do, and you just read the sentence again.
Are you fucking retarded right now?
No, I stated what you did. That doesn't make me retarded.
It's are you people that fucked? Execute yourselves, please. You're making things more efficient. The United States government, very rich. We all agree to that.
No,
we all agree that it says that. We all agree it says that in the article, does it not?
His argument is that it doesn't matter if it's more efficient or not.
Yes, it does.
That's the whole point.
Oh my god.
We spend way more on
this. You make it more efficient,
and
that doesn't lower the budget.
He doesn't get it.
I mean, I could come at you with the same rhetoric you're coming at him with. Oh, you just don't understand. You don't get it.
Vastly, explain it again. Try me, little boy.
All right, okay, I'll try explaining it again, right? By the way, I should make it clear. Although I sound like I'm probably mad at you, I'm not mad at you. Okay.
Just make the argument.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, are you saying that the second sentence is a comparison, or not?
Yes, it is.
Are you making the argument that it is a comparison between the military spending and the healthcare spending?
Yes.
Okay, so when I ask you to explain why a sentence is a comparison, and you read the sentence, and you keep reading the sentence as an explanation, do you understand how that is not helpful at all?
So the subtitle is for the argument made, which was mentioned before, that the United States spends more on the next several countries combined. So the first sentence, statistically true, but not particularly helpful. Second sentence, which we all agree, which I agreed to, which what you just said. The United States also spends more on healthcare than the next 9 countries combined. It is comparing the healthcare budget, basically, to the defense. How is that not seen? Again, statistically true, but not particularly helpful to that argument made. The United States also spends more on healthcare than the next several countries combined.
So, do you know why they put the word "also" in there?
Because it spends more. The healthcare also spends more, yes. I'm agreeing to that. I see it there. Also spends more.
Okay, so there's this idea behind comparing two things and showing two things as both in the same category, and so that's what's going on here. He's putting two things in the same category, and so the way I suppose you could use the word comparison in the sense that he's comparing the numbers to say that they're semi-equivalent.
Look at. Yeah.
But which is what I was hoping you would say earlier, so we could actually move on.
Oh, so is this just a basic fucking colloquial kind of definitions of also like comparison and so forth? I'm using it more generously.
Well, the way you're using it, right? And this is why I kept asking you to say, like, explain how it's a comparison. The way you're using it to make an argument is not going to help your argument, because the way in which the writer is using it is to make a comparison for a purpose other than the purpose you think that the writer is using it for. So when the writer puts the word also in there, the reason why he's putting that in there is to say this and this are both large budget spendings. And so therefore, and this is where it ties back into the we are a big rich country, right? That ties into that ending sentence there where he makes the conclusion. And so what I'm trying to engage with you here, right, what is happening is you're using this comparison as a way to say you're thinking that he's just simply making the argument that that well, we also spend a bunch over here and this is more, so
but yeah,
this
but
thing
also
is not
acknowledge
as much as an issue.
Yes, but also acknowledge the latter part.
It's this and that, and then he ties it into the ending sentence, not what you're arguing.
That doesn't necessarily follow. So comparing, when I say I'm comparing, he's looking at the health budget and the military budget. So that, in a sense, is comparing, is it not?
Well, no, actually, I agree with you as comparing. The reason why I kept asking you to explain to me what comparing is because I wanted you to explain what you mean when you say comparing. So it's comparing in the sense that, yes, right, he's comparing two numbers in the sense that they are of semi-equivalence, right? That is the comparison that's going here. But he's not comparing them to go ahead and say that because one is larger than the other, this other one is not an issue. And it's not what you're arguing. He compares them only to make a this and that argument, which then he ties into the concluding sentence.
Yeah, which is that we're a big, rich country and so forth.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which is an absurd argument.
So how is that an absurd argument?
Because comparing. Okay, so first off, right, saying this, doing this argument type of saying, well, we spend a lot here and we spend a lot here. The second part could have been completely cut out. Imagine if he had made the same argument by cutting out the we also spend as much as this, right? The same argument that he's trying to make could have been made. So bringing that in there, first off, is completely and utterly useless, because just because we spend also a bunch on healthcare, that is not in any way a defense of spending a lot on military.
Yeah, that was so particularly.
Then,
yes, I agree. That
okay.
Particularly though was to the counter. That was a counter though, not in defense of the defense budget or anything, but it's the counter to the argument that is the United States spends more than like several countries combined, and that basically therefore the American government should need to spend more or should heavily cut or something, right? So it's explicitly dealing with that.
How do you think the defense? How do you think that
because it's the subtitle. That argument is the subtitle, which it follows under. Again, the subtitle is the United States. Well, the argument subtitle thing. The United States spends more than the next several countries combined, which someone used in this hangout.
Why do you keep reading it as several? It's 7.
Well, is it actually 7 nations? If it's not, if it's unknown, if it's like 10 or whatever, you say several.
Are you not reading the article piece? I guess you're not.
It says 7,
Yes,
but I'll say several instead in case it's
when you say
give
you're
or
reading
take nations.
All right, yes, it's several nations, but in the piece, the title you just said, the title says, and then you said several.
Well, that's just
7.
just nitpicking.
Just making sure you know how to read over here, right? Okay.
That's just redundant. You know, I'm saying several. I'm replacing it with 7 because it could be more than 7. It could be less. All
right. Well,
that's a rather stupid nitpick. But that's like the subheading, right? The argument made.
Yeah, that's the argument, and
that is the counter to it.
Yes. What's the counter to it? A comparison. What is the comparison showing? Why is the comparison being made?
So just because the argument is that just because X nation spends more than other several nations combined on X topic, then we can look at say, oh, here also this nation also spends more on X thing, with X amount and so forth. That's what it's showing. So that doesn't mean cut the budget. It doesn't mean cut the budget. You can make it more efficient for sure, but you don't necessarily need to cut it.
The argument here is not that not a matter of necessity. It's a matter of showing a comparison between us and 7
But
other
I'm elaborating further on it.
Yeah, but when you say when you bring necessity in here, it's like, well, why are you arguing from the standpoint of necessity? So,
well, looking at the threat levels in which America is facing.
And how do you
have several nations that have been quite aggressive.
How do you quantify that? How do you quantify how much?
How do you qualify?
I didn't say qualify.
Threat assessment. Quantify threat assessment. Well, even the CIA did the DNI did a threat assessment for 2016, and it stated several nations and several biological threats, so on and so forth, and it outlined here's the possible threats for 2016 and the next several years. I think I even might have it on the PDF for it, but every year or every few years the US does a threat assessment.
Okay, but yeah,
and makes it public.
I'm asking about dollar amounts here. How do you quantify that versus what the United States is spending currently?
So you compare the other nations that are within that threat assessment, you see what they're doing. You can project their budgets because, say for China, for example, a lot of their budget is shady. They're not as transparent with the budget as, say, America and so forth. And so it's hard to gauge. So some of it is projection and some of it is, officially released. And so they have to look at the spending of these different nations or the rough estimates, and they have to look at, well, what are they doing? Are they being aggressive, passive, so on and so forth.
But I don't understand. We're spending way more than all these nations.
Just because you're spending more doesn't mean they're not a threat.
I didn't say that.
Well, that's basically the underlying argument.
Yeah, are you saying?
No, it isn't. No,
yes.
That's not the underlying
Well, yes, it
argument.
is. Because if you're spending more, that means you're preemptive. Hold on, that means you're being proactive in your defense, right? And if other nations are being aggressive and also expanding their military and defense and so forth, well, then how you're going to be doing the same? It's a back and forth. And so as tensions rise, you're going to be spending more, and it's a back and forth again.
But yeah, I don't see that that's been accurately, or I don't think that you presented that that's what's going on.
Well, that's what's going on. Is Russia not expanding? Is China not expanding its naval capacity and increasing dramatically its military spending?
But when you add it up all together, it still doesn't even come close.
And then yes, granted. And then you have to look at well,
that's even before you consider how we're growing the military.
And then you have to look at what are they doing? The tensions between the US and China's Navy and so forth are getting
we can wipe out
close.
China anytime we want to.
No.
No.
Are you seriously claiming that their navy would not be completely
you're
and
clearly
utterly...
you're clearly behind on their development.
How you figure?
Like I said before with Piro, and he said he'd check it up as well. The CSIS has a project called China Power, and they look at social, economic, military, so on and so forth aspects, and other think tanks and so forth. Also Congress, the Pentagon, you name it, they're all saying, well, they're spending a shit ton on the Navy in the past 3 or 4 years even.
Okay, so I maintain that the United States is way beyond China in terms of their navy. I maintain that.
Yeah, then you're not up to date then.
Yeah, I guess that's a matter of actually going looking at stuff. Anyway, Monsanto. So I guess back to what we were saying. Let me try putting it this way, right? If I put the word "and" in a sentence, right? How are you to make an argument between two things if you're saying this thing and this thing? Because there's no way in which you can, like, let me give an example, right? If I say, if one person, right, is like, apples are good to eat, and you're like, well, yeah, apples are good to eat, and bananas are good to eat, and that's your argument. It's like, that makes no sense. Like, you're not actually tying it into anything. You're just saying one thing and another thing.
But it's looking at the argument made again from the more liberal side who don't want to necessarily increase the budget, and it's basically saying, again, the argument is America spends more than several countries, right? And so by having that there and saying, and the healthcare looks at it is similar to the military budget in terms of they're both leading in front, and then other several countries behind them altogether, right? In terms of budget.
Yes. How is that?
Those are similar.
Yes, they're similar. And what is the significance of them being similar?
Well, it shows that it doesn't follow that you need to cut. So maybe more efficiency and so forth, because we all agree here.
You need to cut it. I mean, as back to my original point,
because if you look at, we all admit that the healthcare system isn't efficient, yet it has serious funding behind it. Again, compared to the next several countries behind it, does that mean you need to cut it? Well, no. You just need to be more efficient for the healthcare system. Likewise, with the defense, you need to be more efficient with it, but you don't necessarily need to cut it. The current defense budget can be maintained. That's how it works.
But you understand the person could argue that we need to cut healthcare. I mean, your argument, he's not bringing up anything.
Who would postulate that though?
What? That's absurd. Conservatives argue that all the time. Also,
well, if they knew that it will, if they knew that being more efficient would do the job better, they probably wouldn't. Again, efficiency takes a ton.
Nobody would argue that, but we're arguing in terms of reality. What is not postulating if we had a more efficient system. Obviously, if we had a more efficient system that could provide healthcare for everyone at a cheap price, nobody would be against that.
Mm. So if you look at, again, as you said, reality, all the experts agree, more efficient, better, don't cut, right? Same with the healthcare, don't cut, more efficient.
Yes, but we're not receiving that efficiency, right? So we have a limited amount of money.
Well, yeah, you have to get these things approved through Congress and so forth.
The person that would be making the argument the United States spends more than the next 7 countries combined, right, is discussing the now, not saying discussing now. And
yes, and then also
it's not like that person would be saying
hold on,
that.
well then again, also looking at the now, what's the foreign relations like? These people don't take that into consideration whatsoever.
Well, that's fine if you want to make that argument, but that's not what's being made here, is it?
But yeah, that's why you use both the arguments. I use both arguments. That makes a better case than just sticking by the one.
Wait, what? Sorry, repeat that.
I'm making both arguments, not just one.
Yeah,
so,
but we're discussing the piece because I said that I thought the.
Then I'll attach on the reality of the situation, which is current foreign relations and so forth, and political tensions and whatnot, because that's what we're talking about. This all ties into the reality of now, which affects what was written in that piece. So the reality of the situation, we must incorporate into this argument for it to actually work and hold ground.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
again,
for this argument to work, yeah, you have to, for the argument...
Exactly, so we'll do that.
We have to assume that, right? And
well, we're not assuming
what he's arguing,
we're
but that we're not wastefully spending in these areas. But the issue is he doesn't argue that here. And what is actually being argued is that we are, in fact, a big, rich country and that we are able to support
Yes, I agree. And then you touch on the current reality of the situation and go, okay, big rich nation can be more efficient in its budget and so forth. You don't need to cut it. But looking at how these other nations are shaping up and posturing themselves, yeah, we definitely shouldn't be cutting our budget. That's the reality of the situation. It's the same with, say, for example, with the nuclear arsenal and so forth. With Puro agrees with me that you can limit it and cut off a number of the nuclear arsenal, but don't totally disband it. So you're making it more efficient, but you're not necessarily cutting it. And that money that was be spent on the other, maintaining the 1,500 nuclear warheads, can be gone elsewhere. Still the same budget, just allocated differently.
Alright, so you agree the premise of his argument is based upon where he says we are a big, rich country, and not on the comparison then, right?
It falls down to that, yes.
Alright, yeah. Then, from that, right, I have a question. Can you make the same argument cutting out the healthcare part?
Suppose.
Yeah, okay. So when I say that the writer puts that in there and I criticize the writer of this piece for putting that in there, it's unnecessary. And if he was trying to make some sort of argument with it, the writer failed at making an argument by putting that in there.
Okay, fair enough.
All right.
But okay, so that writer could have been bad. Yes, okay. So then, looking at the relative situation, would you, not citing anything, maybe that the CSIS budget analysis for 2016-17, would you, and again looking at current world events, do you think they should cut the budget or make it more efficient?
Well, this is well, the question seems oddly worded, as if so I think that I nor anybody else would be against efficiency, but there is a limitation to how efficient we can make these systems and our budget, right? So
yeah, it is worth noting. It is worth noting that I think the operation budget can only go so high. So the Americans do have a cap, but Congress will often pull money out of another budget to, say, fund future kind of projects like, I don't know, new weapon systems and so forth. But I forget which exactly it is, but they do have a cap on what they can reach in terms of budgeting, so they can't be,
Well, they allocate out a certain amount to different areas.
There is a cap on the spending, yes.
Yeah, and that causes a cap. But so
no, by law, it's a cap. There's a cap.
Yeah. So the issue I have here is that he begins by including something that is.
Yeah. Again, I ditched the article.
All right.
I can concede your point.
Fair enough. Also, Pyro's been gone for like ages now.
He's probably just listening in.
Probably jacking off, to be honest. But
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Watching fucking tentacle porn or some shit. No, he's probably jacking off to that GTX 1080. Oh my fucking god!
What the hell is that?
It's a graphics card from Nvidia. It was only like announced like a few days ago. Or yesterday, I think.
Yeah. What is it? It's just a graphics
It's a
card?
graphics. Yeah.
Okay.
Beast. I'm a fucking gamer, man. It's what I do. It's fucking.
Yeah.
Just watch the fucking like trailer. Oh my god. Oh fuck.
Of a graphics card? They have like trailers for graphics cards now?
God,
Yeah, like.
I'm coming for
shows it
the graphics.
Yeah, man. I'm a graphics whore.
Man, it's so intense.
Yeah. and the graphics card's like casing looks so fucking sexy. I'm like, And it's cheaper than the Titan X, and it's better than the Titan X, which only came out last year.
I don't jerk it to women. I jerk it to graphics cards and computer cases.
They fucking have it.
Sounds about right to me.
That's where it's at. Oh. Fucking Nvidia. Love you.
All joking aside, I don't blame you. I mean, like, Jesus Christ, like, that is a fucking cost.
Yeah. I don't know, it's just,
Oh, good job, YouTube. YouTube ended up making my entire page go blank.
Oh,
weird.
They fucking
I might have to restart this. Yeah, I have no idea what
Probably.
that's about. Actually, let me try reloading the page and seeing if that works.
YouTube fucking shit lately.
But yeah, a good website to look at, China's progression and so forth is China Power.
Yeah, do you have
There's a few
Skype,
others.
Yeah, you got Skype, by the way?
Eh?
You have Skype.
Skype, yes. It's my
Name?
YouTube name thing, yeah.
MMA artist?
1 for 1. Yeah.
Alright. Look where you're
I'll just open it up and log in.
Alright.
There's loud.
You are MMA artist 141 Niglet?
Think so, yeah.
Alright.
Yeah. Niglet sounds like something I would have said, so.
Let me edit it.
And
There you go. Group we're all in.
should be my login details. Yes. That's annoying. Skip update. I gotcha.
Alright.
There you go.
Alright, hold on. You're still. No, yeah, there we go. Just throw you into a big room we're all in.
Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, God.
Alright, there we go. Yeah. And let me put Stizor's retarded ass in here. Let me see if I can fucking find it. Fucking see, there we go. Alright.
Oh, that's right. Stars all left. I was wondering why it went all quiet.
Yeah, why we can actually hear each other talk.
Oh, no way. God damn. It always happens with me. He always fucking boots or mutes or whatever the fuck. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, okay, I'm back.
Alright, yo.
Oh.
Someone say something to me?
Yeah, I was just, what's up? We can hear you.
Very cool.
Alright.
Much.
We were just shooting the shit. I was saying if who all had Skype, because I made like a big ass fucking room and shit.
I have Skype. I don't use it very much. But, I mean, you can add me if you want.
Alright, sure. Like, throw me your name.
Let's throw in chat. No, I think that's correct. Let's fix that.
There we go. I'm not sure where Infinity went though. Where?
I have no idea.
The fuck did Matt go?
They've abandoned us. Also, what in the world is your picture? You're like some dude at a cafeteria or something.
This is like, it's like some wrestler named CM Punk or whatever, and some dude said he looked like he looked like he worked at an IHOP. So I'm sorry, a Waffle House. So somebody photoshopped him onto like an employee at Waffle House, and it's like. Like I can't stand him as a person, so I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna wear this and like annoy CM Punk fans. So there you go. That's basically it.
Interesting. I would have never known. But it's for wrestling, you said?
Yeah, it's a wrestler named CM Punk. Someone was like, you look like you work at a Waffle House, and he does kind of look like he works at a Waffle House. So I'm like, here, guys. All right. Yeah, like.
Alright, are you this Kalinst guy or something?
Yeah, that's me. Yeah, let's say that's me. Alright, there we go.
I've not forgotten about either of you. Your neck is like pure metal.
Alright. That's a lot.
Alright, well, MMR is still
Alright, there we go. Yeah, MM Artist is in there too. Anyway, I'm about to, I guess we can, like, fuck. I guess I'm gonna. Rah! I don't know why the fuck I can't talk. I'm gonna head out. Alright, later.
Sadly, we're losing some like the graph right there. so it's got to be like 10% of the people that actually throw their washing machine on there. Now, most country folk aren't throwing their trash there. Most country folk in that situation just leave the trash in the environment. They wouldn't bother throwing. So, most people aren't litterers. And, well, that's the other thing about this land tax, actually, that's I'm not conservative. It's not the leader, is that it's very pro-development. First and last month's on an MP 40 acres. So it's cheaper than we have to buy the whole thing, and it's just the land, so it's cheap. Let's start building all kinds of crazy businesses and things, which could be bad. Maybe they're going to spill oil out on the, I'm for it though, because I'm pro-development. I think we work if you guys doing something wrong. People can be entrepreneurs. I'm an entrepreneurial liberal. Or overlap conservatism more than the literature materialism. We should promote people as see vertical goal, but be able to take over. Never go try it. Spend 5 years of their life. Sounds like those guys stop. My band. That's the best method that I have.